It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand.
Oh no. It was on loop. It started to loop. Thought I had left you there. We thought this thing wasn't going to get started. You thought wrong. Like has been mentioned in the hive mind already, we are going back to back. And there you can look at that a number of ways. One, you can look at it as, my choice, my agency to participate in the community. You could look at it as some weird obsession that I need to perform my hobby publicly in front of my friends. You could say that me and my wife want to buy some more Christmas presents. And for those of you following along with my relationship through these streams, just so you know, I did clean up some around the house yesterday. Surprised my wife. She was very happy. Happy wife, happy life. It's not quite true. You can have a happy wife. You can have a very, very sad, strange life. The other thing is true, too. You can have a sad wife and have a very happy life. It just is what it is, baby. Sorrowful, yet always rejoicing. Sorrowful, yet always rejoicing. Well, I think, that was what I wanted to talk about before I got into the beat. So for a few things of housekeeping, for those of you who are here, it says so long, friends. I need to take that off. No, we're just getting started, people. We're just getting started. So a few things. One is Upcycle did me a very good service by sending me this video clip right here. I'm very appreciative of that because it is a muted video. It is the perfect vibes of this channel. Let's watch it again. Old school, black and white, nostalgic, but on the internet. This is the kind of thing that is very helpful to me. If you send me a video like this without any music, without any audio, Ron's here, baby. That's super helpful to me because then I can use it while I play music, use it kind of as branding. See, I don't need audio with my branding. I need visual branding. And I honestly, that's the part I like least about branding is trying to make some sort of video for it. But so that was the first thing. The second thing is for this episode, I guess, for this Sunday, I want to try something, which is if you have a clip to send me, I'm going to need you to follow the StreamYard link that I'm about to post and tell me about the clip on screen. It's not a requirement. If you send me a clip, I'll still probably take a look at it. But it'll do me a great service if you also come on and talk about the clip that you want to put into the beat. Especially if you have things to say to the general audience, not necessarily just to me, so that I can kind of half listen, half make the beat. Now, I realize that's an odd request, especially for TLC where, we're trying to sacrifice our time and attention, but that's not what this show is about. This show for me is about getting into flow state. And so if that happens through conversation, praise God, it happens. If it happens through me making the beat, praise God, it happens. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the beat. I'm going to share my screen. Starting pretty much from scratch today. I was working on something else before this, so, I didn't have time to prepare anything. So, we're just getting going from scratch here. Appreciate it, y'all. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, y'all. Appreciate it. And do we have a guest welcoming Chad the Fool to the stage?
Hi. Hi.
How we doing today, brother?
Good. Good. We're
We're
echoing.
echoing. Oh, that's my bad. In order for you guys to hear the beat, I gotta basically create a loop in my system. In order for you guys to not echo, I've got to remove that loop. So sorry
Remove
about
the
that.
loop. So what I have done is not necessarily sent you a clip, yet I have sent you a secret stash of videos that I pulled clips from called VNA. It's a playlist
Ooh,
of a cache of places to mine from.
a cachet. Ooh. Is that? I don't know. I never know. Like that. There's that word that's like, I've heard it called a cache. You know, like they don't say cachet. But then I've also heard
Yeah.
people say cachet, like, oh, this person interacts, as if he has some sort of cachet. Blah 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 blah. Like that's
To
a.
be quite honest with you, I have no idea what the word means, or even if I'm saying it correct. I just like the sound fancy,
And we're all glad you do.
and since we are trying to be temporarily virtually not alone, I figured I'd send you my VNA treasure trove of branding, the branding mountain in which I mine from. It is a quarry.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
You
so
know,
there's something like almost 200 videos in there.
the thing that Ups did, which I think is like I do appreciate the YouTube playlist. I think the thing that Ups did that went above and beyond. This
Hmm.
just proves his bona fides as a real lobster monkey in terms of supporting others and supporting people in the corner. But he
Hmm.
sent me an MP4 because he
Yeah,
knows that the MP4 is the version I can upload very easily into StreamYard. And why do we know that? Because of the leadership of our
the
generous
general.
General Grimwald Grizzly Bear the Third, who's
That's
joining us
right.
in the chat
Yes.
today.
Yeah. No, that's true. Uh, I could only do so much though. I can't just I can't go and make clips all the time because I'm also trying to. I was actually just working on something for the news, so I wanted to contribute in some way,
Well,
probably
I
because I'm a
appreciate it.
narcissist.
I'll probably pull it
So.
up and then, like I could pull it up right now. That's not the right one.
Mhm.
And just play it while I'm working. But um,
So some of that has not been vetted for,
public consumption.
or no, not necessarily. It hasn't been vetted for copyright claimage.
I see.
Um,
I see.
but I'm guessing it's not, only because a lot of it's like home video footages that people have uploaded and uh, weird AI. Who knows?
Yeah. In my experience, unless it's like a real kind of let's say litigious entity that you're borrowing from, we'll say.
Disney.
Yeah, I mean there's more than just Disney, but yeah, Disney's one of them. Like most images, like most of what it's tracking is audio. It seems like
Yeah.
um, the algo that is. So that's always been interesting to me. Is like if you garble up the music you're playing, even if you're watching the music video, it's like enough to scramble the AI or something. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they just let people get
Yeah.
away with it if they've put like the least bit of effort into changing it or something.
If anybody can explain metadata to me, that would be cool because one time I've been hit with metadata, whatever that means.
Well, metadata is like the idea of having the audio clip, which is like one piece of data. So if they have, if their computer can recognize when I play, a Beatles song, then what is the metadata is the basically the people who are owed money every time this song is played. So that's the metadata is like, oh, because this channel played YouTube, we have to give a certain percentage of the ad revenue to Paul McCartney, basically. It's probably not Paul McCartney. He probably doesn't get a cent from it, but
No, it's Michael Jackson's kids.
yeah. Yeah.
So then Michael Jackson's kids are the metadata for that?
No, he's the metadata. He's the metadaddy.
Oh, the metadata. Mm-hmm. Interesting. So, like, metadata doesn't rest in the essence of something or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's meta in the same way that like metaphysics is like the physics beyond, nor like Meta, the Facebook company.
Yeah, the metadata of metaphysics on the channel Meta,
Right.
Facebook.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoy what I've compiled. I haven't put anything in that playlist for like a year, but
So it's had time to ripen to. It's like aged. It's like an aged cheese.
yeah, and I've also made the list available to anybody because I thought, sometimes I just wanted to kind of help people get a shortcut to being able to find stuff that might work for their um, taste of lobster monkey work.
Yeah. Grimm's got it. He knows. It's the label on the content that says the content is copyright rather than the algo recognizing the content. Right.
So like the watermark?
Yeah, it's like a watermark.
Huh. A meta watermark.
Yeah, I remember they told us about it in college, and I did not care.
Right.
So I just forgot all about it. Yeah, for the most
Well,
part.
yeah. Maybe I'll talk with you about it sometimes, but like this like that Windstar dude that made that music that we were saying is like
Oh
interesting. So like if you listen, there's like this whole interview that he does with the guy, and he talks about the process that he went by to grab stuff, and he was just saying, yeah, I would spend like 10 hours listening to some little bundle of stuff, and I would just find one little piece, and I'd be like, oh, I like that, and I would get that, and I would put it into the music, and I'm like, dude's totally describing what we've been doing, which is cool.
Yeah. You guys are going to keep seeing stuff like that, I think. I think that you're going to keep seeing people getting doing basically what the corner is doing and garnering for themselves critical and public acclaim, and the temptation will be for us to have sour grapes, but
I don't think that he's doing that though. I get a sense he's like just he is the makings of VNA also, because I don't think. Yeah, I just get the sense he's coming from a similar place, so I think that's pretty cool.
I always
Because
forget
that project ain't gonna make no money.
I'm going to turn myself up here. That should be much louder.
Then I'll probably stop cutting you off.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, it's completely my fault,
Yeah.
Uh-oh. We've got the Marylander in the house.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, hey, Chad. How you doing?
What up, duty?
Am I echoing?
Yep. No.
Yeah.
I don't hear the echo.
Okay.
No, I'm not going.
Oh, great. Oh, great.
I've been echoing.
How about that?
How about that?
Chasing down echoes is a fun activity sometimes.
It sounds like an awesome lyric to a song. Just saying.
Should be better now, hopefully.
I called it. I called the lyric 5s.
You got it, brother.
Nice.
Is that VNA bubble? Is that like a PNG overlay in OBS?
It's in StreamYard, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's actually 2 VNA bubbles. There's the Earth VNA bubble right here, and then there's the Moon VNA bubble in the corner.
Yeah. Good gosh, I wish I could hang out with you guys. I just got back from church. I have to go make breakfast and record stuff, but man, I just wanted to help out a little bit.
Breakfast after
Tim,
church?
yes, sir.
That's rich.
Because we had our first feast of the day at church, bro.
So much feasting.
Yeah, Mr. Marylander, let's
sir.
talk this week if we got some time.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Chad.
See you guys. Bye.
See you, bud.
Well. What's good with it, Mr. Tim? Dude, that was so funny that you didn't. I don't know if you want to tell the people the misunderstanding you recently had, but the fact that T-Grog's
I don't fully.
name is Tim.
I'm not sure I fully understand like where I went wrong because I just like I saw there was a live stream going on and there was like a bunch of people in there and PVK was in there. I was like, oh, I'll pop in and see what's up. And as soon as I pop in, they're like, Tim has got to go. He's the worst, and then they were making distinctions between someone named Tim and someone named T-Grog. And then like the names got like mixed up and I was like, are they comparing me to T-Grog? Is this where we're at right now? And so I found an AI transcript generator for you just put in a YouTube video, like you just put in the URL and it just generates a perfect transcript with timestamps. And I just searched for my name.
Gosh.
Come to find out, T-Grog's name is Tim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you really made the first mistake of, telling everybody your real name.
Yeah.
Which, I guess I've told people my real name, but McMo's actually my real name now. All right. I think I'm going to look for something to sample on this bad boy. Let this beat play a little bit.
I don't hear anything.
You're going to get an echo for yourself, but just hold on tight. This is Citizen DJ. Royalty-free audio clips.
But what was that interface I was just looking at? That looked like the Matrix.
Yeah, so the website, you can literally go to this. It's called Citizen DJ. And then you open up certain libraries and you can just...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo.
And you can even it has a little DW you can use too.
Dude, there goes my entire day, dude.
Yeah. Get into it, brother.
Oh, it has a sequencer. I've never really figured out how to get the most out of a sequencer. All I do is just do a little 4/4 pattern that just repeats.
Come on, man. Let's Let's mute.
Because
Let's mute
there's
this.
these guys on YouTube that have these little sequencers that they'll plug into like a Euro rack synthesizer or something like that to trigger. And it sounds really cool and it feels really cool, like what they're doing. But like after you've been hearing the exact same notes played over and over and over again, almost in like a 3-second loop for 3 minutes, you're like, is this all this can do? And that's kind of, it's all it can really do, you know?
Yeah, there's like a in some sense, it's kind of like a very simple tool. And once you realize what it does, that's kind of all it can do. But then there's all of these people who have just sat with these machines for like weeks and weeks and months and years, just trying endlessly to find something new that it'll do. So yeah, like using a sequencer can be, it's like it's basically, well, using a sequencer on a computer, I should say, is kind of not the best use of a computer interface. You're much better off doing MIDI, probably. But for like hip hop, where it's kind of a lot of the same, you know, there's not that many patterns that sound super cool on a beat. So really the art is in finding the samples, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I
hate that.
came to like, what am I trying to say? Some of the biggest leaps in my skill as a producer has simply been my ability to find the right sample, like to hear something in my head and find it.
Yeah. It's certainly a skill.
Or create it. No, you know, okay, I need to flush a reverb tail here, bounce that, cut it, reverse it, boom, there I have a riser. You know, something like that. I like it.
Yeah, something like that.
How do I Is there any way that I can see the chat?
Yeah, you should be able to see the comments if you're using. Are you on? Yeah, if you're using StreamYard on your laptop, on your
I see comments. Here we go. Yeah, Marylander does make beats or something too.
or something.
I want to get a really good, clean acapella of General Griswold Grimm. Just like I need him to be on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying he's not always on, but I need him to be 100% on his grim, grizzled.
Stop trying to turn on the general, dude.
And I want to get a solid, fat acapella of just him saying the craziest shit. And then I want to make like a Cure the Dawn kind of thing.
I mean, I feel like that's what the branding is. Just, you know, you got to find it that he's already done. Sometimes he's on, you know.
everybody has like a flow state that they can hit, and it's like whatever your 100% was, it's now 150%, you know? And it goes back to like the concept of the muses, the the music of the spheres. It's like what is coming out of the universe and that is embodying within me to produce this thing. You know, it wasn't me. I didn't think of that note, you know?
It's true.
Sorry, I'm rambling.
No, it's helping me because then I can just be making. Well, yeah, because the thing about that is I feel like a lot of people, they just like, they'll say like, oh, it's flow state. And then they're just like, okay, yeah, so it's flow state. But it's like, why is it only with particular things that I'm able to get into flow state? You know, like why is it so difficult for me to get into flow state on my day job?
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span and focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters, right? Like architectural drafters. They were all in this gigantic warehouse room, all over these drafting tables, and they're sitting there, and they're hand drawing blueprints, which is what you used to do. And I thought to myself, to do this for 8 or 10 hours a day, you have to stay focused on what you're doing. And they could do that because they didn't have anything that was stealing their attention. There were no notifications and TikTok videos and emails and company Christmas parties, and like the cops weren't fucking jamming up your ass every 10 seconds, and the news wasn't breathing down your neck, and you could just sit there for 8 hours and just draw, and it worked. And I feel like I've been ruined by whatever you want to call TikTok, Instagram. I mean it's so much bigger than just the word social media now. I feel like an addict, like I'm on a drip, and if I don't get it, sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I go watch shorts on YouTube. Like, what am I doing?
Have you tried wearing blue light blocking glasses? Apparently it's
Is that all I needed?
Apparently that's the totality of MK Ultra and the power therein. You can point towards basically that blue lights. They figured out how addictive blue lights are in Las Vegas. This is the CIA. CIA made Las Vegas to basically trap poor dumb people into giving lots of money to the rich, smart people. And the way they did it was basically through hacking your dopamine circuits using bright blue lights. And that there's some sort of psychic power that, your third eye can't resist blue, like moth to a flame can't resist blue light. So
stars tend to be blue. Cop lights tend to be blue.
Well, they're blue if they're what is it? They're blue if they're coming towards you. They're red if they're going away, right? Stars?
Not around here. They're just full seizure mode. I have almost had an epileptic seizure going past the cop before. Like those lights are so.
The cop. I thought you were talking about the stars.
Oh no! Cop lights. Like the cop lights are so bright and so aggressive and abrasive, and it's like, why? What purpose is that really serving at this point? Like everyone in a 10-mile radius knows that you're here now, so why not just turn it off and not give me epilepsy?
Yeah. The cop's probably thinking to himself, this would be a pretty great freaking job if I didn't have to stand by these epileptic lights all the time that literally caused me to be in a constant state of discomfort and rage.
Yeah. like a dog collar that like is broken and just produces that you can't turn it off.
You think you're about to have a fit? Imagine the guy with the gun in his pocket, you know?
Yeah, he wants to blow his own fucking brains out.
And lucky for us, he recorded all of that.
It's hard to explain to a police officer that while I appear to be intelligent and articulate, I do have intellectual disabilities. And one of those involves over hyperstimulus in the form of photonic energy. And it causes me to be unable to conversate in a way that you would find acceptable. So you can turn those lights off.
In my experience, cops don't like you to start the interaction with them to basically be like, and this is from my experience, personal experience, but like, sorry, officer, I'm mentally ill and have problems with authority. Please, I'm doing my best here, but this is stressing me out. It's like, sir, your blinker's out.
Yeah,
you need to fix your blinker. I'm not, you're fine.
Taxation is theft.
Yeah. I have an ID, but I'm also a sovereign citizen, so.
Yeah,
and I don't want any trouble.
Yeah.
No, I drive slow. I don't like that feeling of I got to look out for the cops. I gotta keep my head on the swivel for the cops.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
And like, there's so many people that drive like over the speed limit, and they're literally just like stressing themselves out constantly. Like every time they get behind the wheel. Like some people, I've ridden with people, they turn into a complete person. They turn to a completely different person, like behind the wheel.
Bombed. Like they're just fucking bombing down hills and shit.
Yeah, and they're just, or just like getting angry. Like the sweetest person in the world will be behind the wheel, and they'll be like, "Fuck you, motherfucking cut!" Blah blah blah. Like they'll just like lay it out. And I'm like, holy, my sister does this. My sister's like one of the sweetest people in the world. And then gets behind the wheel, it's just turns into gnarly Carly. But
this is my classic line is, "What the hell are you doing?" I say it out loud in my car every time. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what mine is.
That's an old Dane Cook, a classic Dane Cook bit where he said everybody in a car, when somebody starts drifting into your lane, everyone goes, "This motherfucker." Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I go watch shorts on YouTube. What am I Is that all I needed? How did you record that in real time?
It's the same reason why you might be hearing an echo right now. Because I basically split the route that gets sent to... I use one of my headphone jacks with just like a 1/4 inch into one of my channels so that I can
my God.
turn up those headphones and it goes right into my I can just record it straight from there.
That's genius. What kind of interface do you have?
Just like a cheap like SSL solid state logic USB audio interface. Audio face. You have such an audio face. A face meant for audio.
Yeah. Is it 2 channels or 4?
It's just 2. I think I can do 3 and 4, but I never do. Like I don't really have much reason to. Like this is just kind of my personal setup, so I don't, I can just do it with 2.
It's the SSL 2.
Yeah, 2 plus. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. I probably need to save up and get a better system, and then I can like be more official and have more room to
Yeah, I have a Focusrite. It works pretty well. Oh wow, the Mark II, the SSL 2 Plus Mark II is 300.
We killed all the viewers, Tim.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't blame you completely. You know?
Is that all I needed? Is that all I needed? Well, I'm universally hated here, so.
Yeah, you just laugh at yourself.
Is that all I needed?
It is weird, like it is kind of funny to record some like a conversation in real time because it seems like I'm doing something wrong, but on the other hand, we're like streaming this live to the internet, so
yeah, it's still trust. You know? I did get a little like. I was like, I felt a little violated for a second. I was like, what the fuck? I'm literally on a live stream to work. Like, what am I? Why would I be upset that he recorded it?
Yeah, I like that little. That's a bit of a brain twister.
Yeah, we don't have a good word for it in English, but we need one. Paradox. Paradox.
Hypocrite of a paradox.
So I'm seeing MIDI in and MIDI out on the back of the SSL2. What would that be used for? Like time sync?
Yeah, so you could run. So there's multiple. You know, if you have multiple MIDI instruments, say like if you have a studio and you've got like a MIDI keyboard and you've got a MIDI drum pad and you've got, you know, a MIDI. Multiple MIDI keyboards, you know, like that would be a way for you to get them all in time. But honestly, most of the MIDI in and outs, like you can just do that much easier with USB now. So
that's what I'm saying. I keep seeing MIDI in and MIDI out on stuff, and I'm like, why? This hasn't been relevant for 10 years.
Yeah, if you have like a vintage like digital drum pad, for instance, from the 80s, it's probably like it might only have that type of output, and so it could be useful, you know, but especially if you wanted to run like, I think a lot of DJ gear might be like that too. But
yeah, I just sold my APC 40 and my MPK Mini.
Dude, I never sell anything, and I never do either.
I needed to, because like I bought it back in 2012 and I never learned how to use it, and then I just learned how to use it and I realized I don't need this, and so I sold it after 15 years.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes.
Because the Mark II, they came out with the Mark II like almost immediately after they came out with the Mark I, and the Mark II has been the standard for 10 years. So I sold my APC 40 for $80, and I'm gonna get a Mark II. I mean, like 300.
That's probably the right way to do things, you know.
Yeah, it's like, why just try to like with the MPK Mini? I couldn't get the knobs to work. I couldn't get them to send MIDI to the to Ableton. And I've spent hours on Reddit, like trying to like, okay, if you send a script here and you download this firmware APK and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, why am I wasting all this time? I'm just going to sell this and buy one that works, you know?
Makes sense to me.
But I've spent so much time in my life trying to make something work that's just not going to work. And had I just, somebody said something to me the other day, about a month ago, that like really changed me in a way. They said, you can make $10,000 faster than you can save it. And that's the sentiment of like, I can make more music by getting a thing that works than whatever ego shit I'm holding on to try to make this thing happen.
Yeah, I've always kind of been under the I think for me at this point, like music, I shouldn't say I've always been like this. but for the most part, I have mostly been like this, which is the value of it is in the making of it, for me. And so the more I can make without, it needing to be for something, I guess that's just become a bit of a kind of necessary, like, and I treat it almost like a religious practice at this point, like I try to do it every day. If I don't do it first thing in the morning, I feel weird, like, and I'm not very good at doing it every morning, but I still try to do it, and so like the whole get the best gear, or like, it's, I've always kind of seen that as like a waste of money, and money I didn't really have. But when it comes to like, it's easier to make 10,000 than save 10,000. I'm like, yeah, but it's also, what does it profiteth a man to make $10,000 and lose some of his precious free time?
Yeah, it was just, I think it was, the reason it affected me was because I've been trying to get a photography business off the ground for a couple of years now. And, I was, I'm just putting stuff on Instagram and trying to do the whole thing and post and this and, get referrals and work for other people and stuff. And the business just wasn't happening. I think I shot 1 or 2 jobs this year. That's terrible. And then when someone said, you can make $10,000 faster than you can save it, I realized, oh, I need to go try to make this happen. I need to start, like, instead of ruminating on why the things that I'm doing aren't working, why not just try new things? Yeah. And let go of the fact that I'm just never going to know why I failed in the, plan A or plan B. But if I try plan C, that might work. And if that fails, then I'll do plan D. And that's how successful people win.
Yeah. Oftentimes successful people are relentlessly optimistic. Like either in the sense of like Kanye, where they never see any failure. They just like look at their life and they're like, when have I failed? Or, or it's like, I think they're just like very good at like mentally going from that place of like, oh, I failed, I messed up, I didn't get to where I wanted to get to, and just like shifting very quickly into like, okay, here's what I need to do next time. Here's what I'm going to do to be better. Here's my next steps, But I think that that's also like very much the people who are often best at that have very little internal life. They're kind of, they become the task, and it
grind set.
Yeah. And it's like Mike Tyson, like, okay, become the task now, just grind it out, put your mental health aside for however long you can hold out. Think of life as a game that needs to be won and a game that needs to be perfected, and you'll run yourself ragged and you'll crash and you'll hit rock bottom at some point, and that's just the way of things. I'm looking for more of a grind set, but a grind set where I'm like, it's like the first card of the tarot or whatever, the Fool, where he's like, I don't have to try very hard to do well because, nor do I have to beat myself up when I err. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, the thing I'm currently stuck on is acceptance. I don't feel that I really can accept things fully when I don't want to, and I would like to gain that skill, Dude.
Oh, I lost you. What'd you say?
I said I'm currently stuck on acceptance. A lot of the issues that I deal with right now could be helped along if I could accept things a little better. And
Have you tried accepting the things you can't control? Shit, I've messed it up already.
Yeah, you fucked it all up.
Damn it.
Accept the things you cannot change. Have the courage to change the things you can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. Mom, what is a trespass? Well, it's like a sin. Well, what's a sin? Well, it's when you do something bad. What's bad? Well,
I realize like my conversations like that with my dad were so different. Because if I got to a certain point with my mom, she'd just get annoyed and she'd say, go talk to your father. I could not wear my dad out. Like, he was willing to go as deep into metaphysics as my patience for asking the question why could tolerate. Like, and so it was, what was the first? What's a trespass? I can hear my dad being like, well, in law, you know, you're trespassing when you're on somebody else's property. So what would it mean for us to trespass? He's like, it's not Spanish. It ain't trace passes. It ain't 3 passes you get. You know, like, so he would start thinking, if he knew about the etymology of the word, he would tell me about that. If not, he would try to hazard a best guess, try to explain how it's used, maybe in a legal sense or in a commonplace. And yeah, so my, you know, not to brag, but my dad was pretty good at those types of questions.
No, that sounds awesome. I love the whole trespasses. It's not 3 passes. That's great.
That was me. My dad's not as funny as I am, intentionally, you know, so he probably wouldn't say that. He'd probably say something else. But
why do you think you developed your because being funny it's a talent, but it's also a skill that you have to develop. And have you ever thought about how that developed for you? Like when you realized you were funny?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a part of my, like, the legend that my parents tell of raising me and my sister. Like, my parents really did an amazing job as parents. You know, I have very little critiques of them. Very few critiques, I should say. Now, that's also not to say that I don't have plenty of issues with them and don't still to this day kind of don't understand how to properly relate to them. They often upset me and frustrate me. But as far as like raising me and my sister, I'm kind of like just impressed, honestly. The more I like, the older I get and the more I see how most people were raised or hear how most people were raised and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I kind of am very impressed with how good my parents were at it. I think that they paid for it too. Like, I think that their health would have probably been much better had they not kind of spent essentially 20 years of kind of all of their best intentions on going towards parenting. But why did this start? Oh, why am I funny? You know, I think some of the best common wisdom right now is that, like, if you're funny, it's because probably one or both of your parents was depressed. And for me, that would be my dad. Like, he's on the autism spectrum. He spent most of my childhood in a dark night of the soul type of place, just being, you know, working 3 jobs, one of which was a part of a church. So there was always kind of drama and things going on with that, much joy, much drama. And then a job that he didn't necessarily, that he could have, he's a chemical engineer. He could have gone to like he could have gotten a better job, but for his position, it most likely would have meant traveling a lot. So he would have been away from kids and stuff like that. And he didn't really want to do that. So he got a job with a fairly local, small chemical plant and has kind of been mistreated and misunderstood for most of his career, which is a sad thing to say, but he's now the president of the company. So I shouldn't, you know, it's not that sad of a thing. You know, he stuck it out. But yeah, so my dad was very depressed and on the spectrum, just dealing stressed and grumpy and struggling to find joy and peace and happiness and all that kind of thing. And then specifically struggling with things like the age of the earth, like, is it thousands of years old or is it millions of years old? It was a very difficult subject for him. And then, but both of my parents are very, very smart, and both of my parents are not afraid of like performance or like performing in front of people. And I think that they value that. So like one of the oldest stories, like stories from when I was youngest, was the first time my parents gave me a lemon. I made like a very particular face after eating the lemon. And I noticed as a little baby, I clocked that everybody laughed, and they could tell that I saw that and I liked it. And so I got to the point where I would just touch the lemon and make the face so that everybody would laugh. And so I think that my parents kind of saw that as like a good thing. And so they kind of, and it was just it was just like highly adaptive growing up. Like it got me out of trouble a lot of times. And it was very, it's just a lot easier to be likable if you have a talent for making people laugh. And then I remember becoming conscious of it in about the 6th or 7th grade. I realized that like I could hang out with kids who are older than me, like in grades above me, because I could make them laugh. And that came with its own pitfalls and stuff too. But and then in high school, I think I was more serious about being a Christian, but I still was like really probably figuring out how to be authentically me in a lot of ways. And so that was the other thing I was going to say was like, as I was growing up, I did a very good job of kind of just cordoning off the like sad side of the sad goose and the silly goose. And so like the silly goose was basically like for the public, everybody besides me. And I really had a hard time opening up to anybody or sharing the kind of sad goose. So I got very good at, I think, being funny based off of that. Like if you had known me before age 22, 23, actually, honestly, if you'd have known me like 5 years ago, I think I'd be much more insufferable just because I was still kind of leaning too heavily on my ability to make people laugh and still kind of seeing that as something, it was a little too valuable to me, something I was still proud of. But I'm not really proud of it anymore. As far as I can see, like it just kind of is what it is. And I'm happy that, it's one of my gifts. I don't think that it's necessarily one of my best gifts, but it also kind of, every gift comes with a huge temptation. So, it's kind of like a, to whom much is given, much is expected. Shall we say? That would be my small treatise on comedy, I guess, or being funny.
Thank you.
Got me talking. And it might be time for our first playthrough. Chad sent me some clips. Let's see if I can download them, save them. Let's see. This one is, what is this one? What up? What's up?
That's your recording. That's not me saying that.
Oh. It said, dude.
Every few minutes, I hear myself say, dude, and I'm like, why is he playing that sample?
I was not doing that. At least you're hearing it too.
Yeah, well, maybe it's the Lord. Maybe we're having a Pentecostal, I'm ready. All right. False alarm.
You got to stay ready though. I know that I heard the relief in your voice that it was a false alarm. So, and I just want to warn you against that. You got to stay ready at all times.
Okay. I've already closed myself back off to the experience.
We missed our chance, God. We missed our chance.
God has a very splinter of a window.
Small window, yeah.
And you would think he would know that, given that he knows everything.
It's impossible, but what's impossible with man is possible with God.
Can God make a rock so big that even God can't move it?
Yes. And it's so easy for him to move that rock that it breaks your brain.
Yeah.
And he has to make a new rock.
I don't believe that. Like, I think the next stage of humanity will be, we're going to develop a language to be able to discuss those incomprehensible ideas. Because right now we can't, and you can't really, the boundary of your creativity is really the boundary of your imagination, which is simply the boundary of what is available to you. And if you don't have it available to you, you can't really create it.
Well, this is why I call myself, and I try to be, a Christian absurdist, because I think that to encounter the divine, that is to say, to make a step towards who we should be as people, is to, it necessarily means to go beyond the framework or boundaries of thought that you are in right now. Because the only other option is never learning anything. And so people get into this mode where they can learn the same type of thing over and over and over again. And you can't really talk to, you basically can't talk to somebody about paradox if they're stuck in a pattern, right? If the pattern always operates the same way, then what does it matter that, pick any paradox, but, so
hypocritical paradox.
Yeah. So in order to talk about paradox, or to talk about the things that to have a new language to talk about things, I think it requires a type of breaking of what we've got going on right now. Something like that.
Yeah, I first took notice of this when I was in college, and I noticed that a new, whatever, a meme or whatever, a certain colloquialism had become sort of a gospel vernacular, and it was just 3 words, and those 3 words were "it's a thing." And
yeah, it's a thing.
It's a thing, right? And if you actually think about what is being communicated when you say it's a thing,
Das Ding.
It's actually an incredibly complex set of protocols that you're communicating.
Yeah. Das Ding is it makes me think of Heidegger, because Das Ding is the thing, or the here, or something like that, German. But actually, I think I've got that completely wrong. Nobody listen to me. I'm an absurdist. It's all a prank.
You heard it here first.
But there's there's something you get so much information with "it's a thing," so there's a reference, but you're also kind of objectifying it in that too. Yeah. It's not a he or she or a they or a it's not a personal pronoun. It's an impersonal pronoun, it. And then it is, depends on what your definition of is. And the fact that it's contracted. So, and then it's a thing. A thing. It's one thing. It's one thing. It's a thing. All right. I've got this video uploaded from Chad. I'm going to remove you from screen for a second here, Tim. I'm going to take a little potty break, unless you want to stay on. And
no, I can pop off.
All right, cool. I'm just going to remove you from the screen. You're backstage now. Phoebus, yes, we do still believe in strings. Let's listen to this.
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span and focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the, early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters.
Any stimuli to expect is and moderation. Moderation would mean for this body anywhere from 3 to 6 to 8 smokes a day. Above this will be expected.
I don't hate that. I did notice that Meditations on the Tarot, Grail Country, and Jordan Hall is having the premiere right now. Try this. I can hear that. Sounds like maybe you can't hear that.
And I was kind of like making some comparisons between his work and what Tomberg is talking about in a particular letter of Meditations on the Tarot, which is letter 10, which is the letter on the Wheel of Fortune. And I originally had an idea of like working some Girardian theory into this conversation with a couple of Girard scholars, but they weren't able to make it. So it's just going to be a conversation between Jordan and I. So hopefully, I think Jordan probably will be in a little bit better position than I had him in the last time when I kind of just like, here's this weird thing that you've never seen before. What do you think about it?
Which is, by the way, not a slightly weird thing. It's a lot weird thing.
Yeah, it's a lot weird thing. Yes, absolutely, for sure, 100%. The reason I shared it with you because I just like I had this intuition that that particular section of meditations, at least, would connect to you deeply because of your work with Game B. Mm-hmm. Because essentially, the problem that Tomberg is diagnosing in this letter is the same problem that you were trying to deal with. Mm-hmm. And so I thought that there would be some resonance because of that. And just to set up, let me go ahead actually. I want to go ahead and read like the core of like this is it's a long letter and there's a lot to it, but there's a part that I want to focus on that I think connects very closely to your previous work. And so that is where he lays out his little myth. So I'm going to go and just read that part of the text. So Tomberg writes, "Do not be shocked, your unknown friend, and do forgive me, for I'm going to relate a myth. A cosmic myth from the gnosis, not ancient or modern, but from the eternal gnosis, because the cosmic drama is in reality a myth made flesh, and it must first be seen as such before one draws principal intellectual lessons from it. Therefore, I'm going to relate the myth in order to draw from it some ideas, which are related to the arcana of the tarot with which we are occupied. When the Father had accomplished his work on the seventh day of creation, that he had made through his word, he rested on the seventh day from all his work that he had made. And the Father blessed the seventh day, and he sanctified it, because on this day he rested from all his work that he had created. Thus the seventh day is blessed and sanctified, because it is the day not of the world and the movement of the world, but rather of the Father himself alone. It is the seventh part of the circle of movement of the world, where he withdraws and becomes immobile and silent. Thus it is that the circle of movement of the world was not closed, but remained open, and the seventh day was sanctified and blessed as the open part of the circle of movement of the world, in such a way that the beings of the world had access to the Father, and the Father had access to them. But the serpent said, there is no freedom for the world, insofar as the circle of the world is not closed, because freedom is to be in oneself without interference with the outside, especially from above on the part of the Father. The world will always follow the will of the Father, and is not its own insofar as there is an opening in the circle of the world, insofar as Sabbath exists. And the serpent took his tail in his mouth, and thus formed a closed circle. He turned himself with great force, and thus created in the world the great swirl, which caught hold of Adam and Eve, and the other beings upon whom Adam had impressed the names that he gave to them, followed them. And the serpent said to the beings of the world moving on this side of the closed circle, that he formed by taking his tail in his mouth and setting himself in rotation, here is your way. You will commence by my tail, and you will arrive at my head. Then you will have traversed the length of the circle of my being, and you will have within you the entire closed circle, and thus you will be free, as I am free. But woman guarded the memory of the world open toward the Father and the Holy Sabbath, and she offered herself for the rending of the closed circle in herself in order to give birth to children, issuing from the world beyond it, from the world where there is the Sabbath. Thus originated the suffering of her pregnancy, and thus originated sorrow on this side of the world of the serpent. And hostility came between woman and the serpent, between the generations of woman, giving birth with pain, and the generations of the serpent, giving birth with pleasure. The former will crush the head of the serpent, and the serpent will wound the heel of the woman. For the woman moves in a contrary sense to the movement of the serpent, and her head reaches to the tail of the serpent, and her heels touch the head of the serpent. This is because, in the world, which is the current of the serpent, suffering is its counter movement. It was through the counter movement of suffering that there originated the counter current of the sons of woman, which is the thought born from suffering, and the memory of the world of the Sabbath. Thus the sons of woman set up altars to the Father, this side of the world of the serpent. And Enoch, the son of Seth, not only worshipped the Father, but even came to know his name. He began to invoke the name of the Father. But Enoch, a descendant of Seth, went still further. He walked with God. He did not pass through the bitterness of death, which for living beings is on this side of the circle of the serpent, is the way out of the closed circle of the serpent. For he was taken up by the Father, Genesis 24. For about that time, thought aspiring to the Father succeeded in piercing the circle of the serpent and in accomplishing an opening in the closed circle. Thus, initiation and prophecy could be established on this side of the world of the serpent. Initiation kept living memory of the world of the Sabbath, and prophecy nursed hope of deliverance from the circle of the serpent, and the future reestablishment of the world of the Sabbath. Buddhists taught the way of going out from the world of the serpent and arriving at the repose of the Sabbath. But prophets proclaimed the transformation of the world of the serpent from within by the coming of the Word, which will live in the world of the serpent and will reestablish the world of the serpent. Will reestablish within the world of the serpent not only the Sabbath, but also the other 6 days of creation, such as they were before. A third of the beings from each of them were uprooted and swept down by the closed whirlwind of the serpent. This came to be. The woman virgin, who is the soul of the counter movement of the serpent, and the suffering since the beginning of the world of the serpent, received, conceived, and gave birth to the Word of the Father, and the Word became flesh and dwelt amongst the men in the world of the serpent, full of grace and truth. This is the cosmic myth, the esoteric drama which underlies the exoteric process of evolution. It sets forth, in the first place, the idea of the open circle and the closed circle. The open circle or spiral is the world before the fall of the 6 days of creation, crowned by the seventh day, the cosmic Sabbath, which corresponds to what one designates in mathematics as the step of the spiral. It suggests the idea of an unlimited growth and advancement, being through its form only the introduction or antechamber to eternity. It promises unlimited progress. The closed circle, in contrast, is in principle only a prison, whatever its extent may be. It is a wheel which turns on itself and therefore suggests no advancement beyond its circle. The idea that the closed circle or wheel suggests is that of eternal repetition. So that's the basic cosmic myth that Tomberg outlays in this chapter. And I think that this is fundamentally when you were doing your game B work at some level, this is the problem that you have an intuition of. And I think there's been several ways of framing this. And Tomberg actually talks about them in other parts of Meditations on the Tarot in similar language too. Paul Kingsnorth's idea of the machine, which is inspired by Jacques Ellul and others, is the same kind of thing. It's like this system of things that just kind of happen automatically and unconsciously, which is why the machine is a perfect metaphor for it. That is another representation of the closed circle. I would say the reason I invited some Girard scholars is I would say that the problem that Girard lays forth in the Medic theory, the cycle of Satan driving out Satan, is precisely the fact that he ties it directly to Satan makes it maybe even closer to what Tomberg is talking about in this myth than in some of its other forms. So lots of people have seen this problem, right? And have an intuition about this problem. And then the question is okay, what do we do about it? And earlier in the same letter, Tomberg uses this analogy. He talks about a ship, right? We think of the world as a ship. That there are people who are aboard the ship that are merely passengers, for whom it seems that everything just happens of its own accord. Mm-hmm. That is very much like the mentality of like the closed world frame, because it's like you have no agency in the direction or destination of the ship. But from the point of view of the crew, it is entirely different, because the crew very much like has to be like watchful and alert and very attuned to like where the ship is going. and I can see, like, it seems like you're kind of like you're in a place, like, it seems to me, like, having watched you recently, you're kind of in this place where it's like you like have learned to have like this proper stance of humility of like maybe letting go of the fact that you should be the captain of the ship kind of thing, and figure out exactly where to go and how. But at the same time, I think that you weren't interested in this problem for no reason, right? Like, there's a way in which that maybe you needed to go through a season of being in passenger mode in order to renew yourself and actually to experience Sabbath for yourself. But at some point, I think you probably need to get back on the crew. That's just my intuition. All
right, so obviously that's a very large amount. Let's see. Let's just start at the end there. So yeah. Well, no, actually, there are two ships. There's the ship that's sailing the Game A ship, and then there's the ship that's sailing the Game B ship, and there are two crews. Right. So I think that the passenger crew metaphor, I'm not sure that I can hang with that in the moment, but I can definitely hang with the two ships and two crews metaphor. And the difference is, of course, the crew of ship A is the inverted of the hangman, not hanged, right? The man who is proceeding by his own understanding, the intelligence, not the intuition, like all these distinctions.
Just really quick there. I think there can appear to be two ships, but unless we want to accept some sort of fundamental dualism, which I think is a mistake, then there's really only one ship.
Well, I mean, the problem is that there is a fundamental dualism and there's not a fundamental dualism. And there's but from it's funny, I actually use this phrase, from the point of view of Game A, there's a Game A and a Game B. From the point of view of Game B, there's not.
Okay.
And so from the point of view of the hanged man, there's not. But from the point of view of the man who's not aware, who's being pulled by the gravitational attractor of gravitation, not levity, there is. So it's, that's the point. So this is good. This is useful, because we can say, hey, if you have not yet moved through that topsy-turvy portal, where you've begun to learn how to be a crew member in the Upside Down Kingdom, then you will perceive there as being two ships. And you will likely endeavor to steer your ship well, right? This is one of the problems. But the point is, you will perceive shoals.
Well, there's also the possibility. There's also kind of the Nietzschean possibility of saying a single ship, but just being okay with driving it straight to perdition and confusing perdition with ultimate reality.
Well, yeah. Well, so we can actually break that apart, because you can say is that in the context of actually maybe this is useful. Let's zoom in on the Game A frame for the moment.
Okay, let's do it.
So when you zoom in the Game A frame, you see is that it is governed by this law. What do you call it? Energy, I think, or electricity. The law of electricity, which is the whirlwind of the serpent.
He does also point toward the law of conservation of energy as being a closed world principle too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the point of that is that in a closed world, you have finite resources, and therefore it is intrinsically rivalrous. Meaning we are ultimately going to be fighting. We may not be right now. Like, we may have more than enough now. This is kind of the Girardian problem of the Thiel's approach. As long as we continue to produce more finite resources, more than enough, we won't actually get to tooth and claw.
As long as it's possible to share, you don't like it doesn't present a problem. It's only when the objects of the mimetic rivalry become impossible to share that you have a crisis.
Right. And so
which is inherently rooted in a view of scarcity, limitedness, and finitude as reality. I think it's an error Girard makes. Like, this is like, I think Girard actually doesn't quite understand the depths of his own theory, because his anthropology is slightly askew in such a way that he misses. Like, I think Girard, like the disciples, I think this is a long conversation once on the passage where Jesus laments that the disciples did not understand about the loaves and the fishes.
And
them not understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally plant food.
Right. It's like, what? Didn't you guys just see me just make lots of loaves? Was that lost on you? They're just like, yeah, of course it's lost on me. I'm still a Bronze Age mindset.
I don't think like we can kind of like we can be intellectually aware of this, but aware of it at one point, right? Like, we can, there's a way
we can be intellectually aware,
but it's hard for us to have faith in it.
Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. Yeah. And so if I zoom in, and so we're now in this world where, like, let's say by hypothesis, it doesn't matter at this moment whether Girard is actually in there, but we're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed by the laws of scarcity, which is, and I prefer the myth that you just read to the story I'm telling, but the story I'm telling I can tell. So what happens in that particular game, and by the way, I can actually superimpose sort of Jordan Peterson's hierarchy of values and this kind of the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. Mm-hmm. And so this is what Nietzsche does. Is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to, oddly exactly, I think what Peterson's doing weirdly. Well, no, that's not three-quarters of what Peterson's doing is I'm going to basically say, let's figure out what is the infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win-lose games, and just do that. So don't actually even play the game, the object level game anymore. Play the metagame of what does it look like to be the one that wins all games. And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. By hypothesis, you're saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all possible win-lose games. And therefore, I have now definitively won. That's the Nietzsche's thing, is say, hey, drop the particular game, elevate to being able to notice how games work in general, and now become the greatest possible player of all possible win-lose games. And at which you hit that point, you've now, you've won the game. That's the sort of, and you say that once you realize that you're governed by the laws of scarcity, what have you won exactly? You've won something which is ultimately governed by a deeper set of laws, like entropy. Right. Even though you're holding on to a kingdom, now have King Conan, if you know that image. Right? You actually become, right? You're sitting on the throne. You are the king, but your head is hanging because you're sitting on the kingdom of rot, or the kingdom of decay, the kingdom of death, which of course you're sitting directly underneath the prince of this world, who is in fact exactly that player.
Yes.
All right. So now what happens is we notice that, and we notice something else. This is for me. So what I began to notice was
And it was interesting because I was just re-listening to my friend Dr. Chris Green's sermon, God is Not a Master. I was just re-listening to this morning before our conversation. And he has this great part of the sermon.
For now, that's all we need for now. That's all we need for now. That's all we need for now.
His little minute. So go back just read that one. So Topic writes, do not be shocked, dear friend, and do forgive me, for I'm going to relate a myth. A cosmic myth from the Gnosis, not ancient.
So we need to know if, so I'm going to send, I think the left ear connects directly to the left side of the brain. I don't think, it's probably that sound is processed in both sides because it does have to have, you do process language in one side and like music in the other side. I'm familiar with that. But we want to put something on the left brain, something on the right brain. Let's do it in reverse. So we'll put Nate on the right ear, Jordan, well, Nate and Jordan, but mostly Jordan towards the end here, in the left ear. And then we're going to want to speed everything down, I think. I think we're going to want to speed everything down and also lower it in pitch. So maybe 3. Let's see how that sounds.
It is entirely different. Because the cruise, 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 it is entirely different.
That's kind of fun, but that wasn't supposed to be what it was. Oh, nobody gave me the ear corn? Nobody gave me the ear corn? I was talking that whole time. Nobody gave me the ear corn? Come on, y'all.
The problem is wrong. The cycle
This too slow.
The problem is wrong. The and earlier in the same letter, you have no agency and the direction or destination. But from the point of view of the crew, it is entirely different. Because the crew very much like has to be like the watchman is there. Very attentive to like where the ship is going. And so, and I can see like it seems like you're kind of like you're in a place like you're kind of usually what happens in watching this. You're kind of in this place where it's like you like have learned about like the circumstances of like maybe letting go of that after the ship kind of drop.
Seizure mode. I have almost had an epileptic seizure during that job. Like those lights are so goddamn bright. Seizure mode. Oh no. I have almost had an epileptic seizure during that job. Is that
And so, and I can see like it seems like you're kind of like you're in a place like you're kind of in this place where it's like detractors of what does it look like to be able to consist of there's the hierarchy of the story I'm telling, the story I'm telling, I can tell. So what happens in that particular game, that was actually superimposed there's this hierarchy of values that's the detractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win those games. It turns out, but it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to, oddly the exact thing what Peterson's doing weirdly, well, no, that's not three-quarters of what Peterson's doing is I'm going to basically say, let's figure out what is the infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win one of these games, and just do that. So don't actually even play the game, the object level game anymore. Play the metagame of what does it look like to be the one that wins all games. And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. My hypothesis is like, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all possible. Win-lose is the story I'm telling, but the story I'm telling I can. Yeah. Them not understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally planetary. Right? It's like, what? Didn't you guys just say you just get lots of loaves? Was it lost on you? They're just like, yeah, of course it's lost on you. Still a wrong page mindset. I don't think like we can kind of like we can be. Yeah. Them not understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding.
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span and focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the, early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters.
Any stimuli to expect is and moderation. Moderation.
We're cooking.
Yeah. Them not understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally planetary. Yeah. Them not understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding.
And we've hit the hour and a half mark, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here with me. We've got a lot done. We've had some good conversations. Shout out to Tim, the Marylander, for hanging out. Good things coming, I believe, from the two of us. Maybe some future collabs down the road. Maybe he figures out OBS. Maybe we both stream at the same time. We make beats in parallel. We share samples. We could actually do that, Tim. We could both pick a sample, or we both decide on sharing the same kind of quote from some video clip, and then we both make a beat with it. It doesn't need to be a competition. It's more of like a exploration. But it would also be fun to put them together, smash them together. See if we can't collaborate. These are the things that make things fun. Making music with your friends, that's fun. Goofing off, fun.
Yeah. Them not understanding about the wolves and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally planetary. Right? It's like, what? He doesn't want to live with? Was that lost? I mean, they're just like, yeah, of course it's lost. I'm still Ron James Monted. I don't think, we can kind of, we can be intellectually aware of it at one point, right? We can, there's a way in which we intellectually aware. Be intellectually aware. But it's hard for us to have...
Audio is the hardest part.
Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. Yeah. And so if I zoom in, so we're now in this world where, let's say, my hypothesis is just a matter of this world, George is actually in there. We're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed by the laws of scarcity, which is, I prefer the myth that you just read to the story I'm telling, but the story I'm telling I can tell.
can't expect everything is fundamentally honest. It's like, what? Didn't you never see me just like lots of little lost and they're just like, yeah, of course it's lost, man. Still a Ron's age mindset. I don't think like we kind of like being intellectually aware of it at one point, right? Like we can, there's a way in which we intellectually aware, be intellectually aware. But it's hard for us to have faith in it. Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. Yeah. And so if I zoom in, and so we're now in this world where, like, let's say by hypothesis, and just at this point, George is actually in there. We're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed by the laws of scarcity, which is, I prefer the myth that you just read to the story I'm telling, but the story I'm telling I can tell. So what happens in that particular game, and by the way, I can actually superimpose Sir Jordan Peterson's hierarchy of values and this kind of the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, where it turns out that the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out the values and this kind of the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, where it turns out that honor the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, where it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team. The attractors of what does it look the attractors of what does it look like to be able to the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, where it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does, is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, where it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does, is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, where it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does, is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to the attractors of what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to obviously exactly it's just spinning weirdly. Well, no, that's not 3/4 of Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. It's just really, well, no, that's not true. 3/4 of what Peterson is doing is, I'm going to basically say, let's figure out what is the infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win. Exactly. It's just infinite regress on the attractor of infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win those games, and just do that. Infinite regress. Infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to infinite regress on infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win those games, and just do that. So don't actually even play the game, the object of the game anymore. Play the metagame of what does it look like to be the one that wins all games. And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. By hypothesis, saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all time. Play the metagame. What does it look like to be the one that wins all games? And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. By hypothesis, saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all possible win-lose games. And therefore, the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games? Well, it's a metagame. What does it look like to be the one that wins all games? And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. By hypothesis, saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all. The metagame. What does it look like to be the one that wins all games? And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. By hypothesis, saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all possible win-lose games. And therefore, I have now definitively won. That's the Nietzsche's thing, is say, hey, drop the particular game, elevate and be able to notice how games work in general. Now become the greatest possible player of all possible win-lose games. And once you hit that point, you've now, you've won the game. That's the sort of interesting that once you realize that you're governed by the laws of scarcity, what have you won exactly? I mean, you've won something which is ultimately governed by a deeper set of laws like entropy. Right. Even though you are holding on to a kingdom, now have King Conan, if you know that image.
All right, and with that, it's time for another potty break. But that also means some Nick Mo radio. So let's go ahead and get this looping up.
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters.
Stimuli to expect good and moderation. Moderation means this body. Anywhere from the 3 to 6 to 8 smokes a day. Above this will be expected.
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters.
Stimuli to expect good and moderation. Moderation means this body. Anywhere from 3 to 6 to 8 smokes a day. Above this will be expected.
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters.
Stimuli to expect good and moderation. Moderation means this body. Anywhere from the 3 to 6 to 8 smokes a day. Above this will be expected.
Dude, god damn. Sometimes I stare at an email and I can't read it. It's like I've lost the ability to read. I think it's actually an attention span focus issue, or at least it involves attention span focus. I was recently watching some vintage footage of just factory work from like the early turn of the century. And what were they? Oh, they were drafters.
Stimuli to expect good and moderation. Moderation means this body. Anywhere from 3 to 6 to 8.
All right.
So what I mean by that is like the ability for people to do more.
All right.
So that I'm not gas guzzling.
All right. Looks like we're finishing up. Thank you for joining me today on McMillan Radio.
Climate change is like this block the carbon footprint.
Here's what we got, ladies and gentlemen.
Just not understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally planetary.
It's like, what? Can't you see there's lots of liquid? Yeah, there's lots. I mean, there's like, yeah, of course there's lots in there. I'm still wrong way content.
I don't think like we kind of like we intellectually aware of it at one point, right? Like we can, there's a way in which
yeah, question where be intellectually aware.
But it's hard for us to have faith in it.
Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. Yeah, and so if I zoom in, so we're now in this world where, like, let's say by hypothesis, it doesn't matter at this moment where the George is actually in there. We're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed
wait. Wait. That wasn't the right one. Here is the right one.
Not understanding about the woes and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally plastic. It's like, what? You just want to live with? Was that lost in you? They're just like, yeah, of course it's lost in you. I'm still wrong way wanted. I don't think we kind of like could be intellectually aware at one point, right? Like, we can, there's a way in which intellectually aware, be intellectually aware. But it's hard for us to have faith in it. Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. And so if I zoom in, so we're now in this world of like, let's say my hypothesis, and just a matter in this world where the George is actually in there. We're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed by the laws of scarcity, which is, and I prefer the myth that you just read, the story I'm telling, I can tell. So what happens in that particular game, and by the way, I can actually superimpose sort of Jordan Peterson's hierarchy of values to this kind of the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does, is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to obviate the exact thing. It's just spinning weirdly. Well, no, that's not three-quarters of what Peterson is doing is I'm going to basically say, let's figure out what is the infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win those games, and just do that. So don't actually even play the game, the object level game anymore. Play the metagame of what does it look like to be the one that wins all games. And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. And my hypothesis is saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all possible win-lose games. And therefore, I have now definitively won. That's the Nietzsche's thing, is say, hey, drop the particular game, elevate to being able to notice how games work in general, not become the greatest possible player of all possible win-lose games. And once you hit that point, you've now, you've won the game. But that's the sort of interesting that once you realize that you're governed by the laws of scarcity, what have you won exactly? You've won something which is ultimately governed by a deeper set of laws like entropy. Right? Even though you are holding on to a kingdom, have king Conan, if you know that image. Right? You're sitting on the throne, you are the king, but your head is hanging because you're sitting on the kingdom of rot, the kingdom of decay, the kingdom of death, which of course, you're sitting directly underneath the prince of this world, who is in fact exactly that player. Yes.
everything is fundamentally planetary. The main focus is
Well, it might be that you need Christian nihilism as the doorway to start really, like, praying a lot, so that you would start to have experiences with God. I mean, my doorway was like, not that I've had that many kind of like powerful experiences with God, but my doorway was process theistic philosophy, like Chris Lane. But he was influenced by, what were their names? Like Whitehead, basically.
Wheeler.
The other, who?
Wheeler.
Well, yeah, and physics, but I mean the process theism people, I can't remember their names, but and so that was as weird an entry point as any. But and you know, I mean, like, deep believers will say, hey, I don't really have to prove anything to an atheist, but I saw some lady's leg grow, you know, another 2 inches to match her other leg that was longer. You know what I mean? And when you see something like that, you just don't really care if some smart nerdy dude is talking about whales with pelvic bones. kind of irrelevant.
That's a person that has, if you have any belief at all, like if you believe, or if you want to believe, or if you want to believe, you should be nursing that any way that you can find to nurse that. Because what you believe is life itself. Drifting away from that is treacherous. And I mean, the warnings against it are well documented. And I mean, I find most things pretty easy to compromise in my own mind. Like if I'm looking at something, this is true, I can pretty quickly compromise it to the point that I doubt it. And so maybe I come across as swinging way too hard in the other direction, but that's probably just because of my own bend.
But do you really think we should, I don't know, like believing for belief's sake, it still kind of rubs me the wrong way. Pascal's wager always rubbed me the wrong way. Trying to presuppose God's existence as much as possible in every single thought and in every instance of relating to God, that is something that appeals to me, and which I have done and I'm trying to do more of. But that's a kind of like, it's a kind of an offering. It's a relational act. It's not really it's not like some first principle that I adopt when I'm talking to myself. If that really makes sense.
We could do the impossible. It's impossible to run the Appalachian Trail in 40 days. It's impossible.
Dang, I'm having trouble just staying up past 10. So.
I know. I think about it every time. I'm like, oh, I go to bed, but I could probably plug another 1,000 words. Go.
Well, there's a profound lack of self-trust here, I feel, because in a certain way, you can look at your own interest, know that this interest is a reflection of the particular expression that God is making through having created you, through having instantiated, what would you say? You know what I mean? Where you say, okay, well, I'm interested in this way, but I don't trust that interest. I have to be suspicious of it because, you know what and the problem is it's like a lack of trust in your own interest, that your own interest is worthy. But if you can't trust
there's also the Hegelian thing. There's the Hegelian thing of to know a limit as the limit is already to be beyond the limit. It's like I can already conceive of something better. Which, I mean, because really,
does that put too much on your conception, on your own ability to conceive what's best? That whole paradigm?
It means that your own conscience is going to accuse you because you're dumping all this time into something that you already know that it's not even the greatest thing that you can conceive of. So it's not to say that.
But it's the thing that you were drawn to.
I think Craig has a point here.
Like Mitch says, that there's a difference between the book that is the result of like a profound commitment and the book that is hastily dashed off. And in order to see it through properly, you have to make a profound commitment to something that you might have sort of suspicions about. I mean, there's a thing where if I was just focused on like the tightness and the concision and the accuracy of the book, I would probably never stop reading.
Well, you know, everybody makes a judgment as to when it's complete. Before you were here, we talked about Kerouac writing on the road in 3 weeks.
The other thing is that I don't believe it would help anyone at the end of the day. You probably wouldn't help anyone to know what is the probable etymology of the divine name. It probably wouldn't help anyone
to think in the right direction for however long it took to read your book, right?
Probably wouldn't.
Mitch,
they were talking about like a god of love or some kind of cosmic state of affairs in which the ultimate reality is love. Like whatever you can know about that from first principles, Jesus is matching that really well. But even more, he's shedding more light on it. He's refining and deepening your understanding of what that means. So it's like a kind of and you want the theology that most makes sense of God as love. You want the view of reality that most makes sense of that. Like whatever you can know about that from first principles, Jesus is matching that really well. But even more, he's shedding more light on it. He's refining and deepening your understanding of what that means. So it's like a kind of and you want the theology that most makes sense of God as love. And you want the view of reality that most makes sense of that. A God of love or some kind of cosmic state of affairs in which the ultimate reality is love. Like whatever you can know about that from first principles, Jesus is matching that really well. But even more, he's shedding more light on it. He's refining and deepening your understanding of what that means.
He wants us. And our desire is to do his will. Countries, then what needs to get done will get done. It causes, and we don't really need to worry about it as a species. We're adaptable. You know, okay. Number 3. What's number 3?
It's kind of like not worrying about.
Oh yeah, like they're bigger fish
around the way.
We've got bigger issues.
There's a reason why you're worried, but
correct. Climate change is going to affect us over 100 years, and the bigger issues that we're dealing with now are going to affect us 20 to 30 years.
With life interactions matter. The thing is that thank God they don't such that you should be worried, because that would kind of be demonic in a sense or something like that.
How long ago did you come up with that?
I don't want you to worry, you know what?
Nihilism. No, a couple days
years ago.
Are we speaking now? Is this nihilist Noah on this
response perhaps where... Did you say it again? What was it? I think that maybe...
Oh, live life like your actions matter. Thank God if they don't.
Or a solar flare, like, or like a...
Yeah, I would add another thing, which is thank God if they do, too. You know?
Yeah, stuff in the atmosphere.
Thank God.
And, like, there's this little clip of Donald Trump. Somebody being like, oh, we're warming. He's like, get cold.
Jonathan, have you seen the telepathy tapes?
It's like, what the fuck does he mean by that? Telepathy takes? But, like, there's some people who feel like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's good.
The telepathy tape, this is what me and Cam were talking about originally. It's this podcast about people with nonverbal autism who are being shown pretty convincingly to display spiritual gifts such as telepathy. And our boy Rupert makes a appearance on our podcast.
Anyway, so, like, I think I've not seen that. I joined right before Adaptable Kale Shots Fellowship. I think, like,
well, you're gonna have to check that out, brother, because it's right up your alley. I was thinking about you the whole time, and I was like, me and Jonathan shared Morphic Vineyard.
Yeah, no, I'll check that out. It reminds me of, yeah, I mean, I like to think a lot of times bigger fish to fry. I also, it's like these are, again, it's not super different. I kind of, you know, like they're just people who encounter your reality differently. And then in addition to that, what happens is, you know, it's not, I don't mean to make Kelly doesn't have, because obviously it's like this ability to find Morpheus,
collaborate on such
you know, crazy little topic.
I completely agree with that.
I mean, I think a lot of, if you're thinking that these two do have the ability to collaborate, whatever, and there's different, or they have spiritual gifts or something, and then the societal ostracization,
how do you rank
stereotypes to a different place. You know, so we have first, you know, we don't even, like, you know, where they have trouble, like, engaging in humans to, like, less, to be less rewarding, like, shipping routes and stuff.
Fuck Max. Yeah, but that's happening.
Worry that again.
But technology all the time is making things more energy efficient, less expensive. So what I mean by that is like the ability for people to do more work remotely, let's say, so that I'm not gas guzzling into an office all the time.
I guess
there's countless pieces of technology like that that have inevitably
climate change is like this
the
apocalypse.
carbon footprint.
You know, Peter
Double
Thiel
the
recently
flow,
did an interview with
double the pleasure, double the
Institute,
fun, with double
and
the
he was saying that, you know, we have these two things to navigate.
I'm still listening.
Like,
I see that Noah has started playing solitaire.
Apocalypse and the Antichrist, and he sees that.
How do you, so you have a virtual camera?
Society talks so much about apocalypse.
Hey, I wanted to the youngest among us would do that. I wanted to review both of you in saying, "Oh, ye of little faith." That I do think that humanity can act as one,
and also Jonathan Bishop also says.
In one sense, I think it's impossible, but in the other sense, it's like impossible for God.
It's actually.
I think it's also in a sense where we're already in sense.
Yeah, and that was the other thing I was going to mention was the radical, providence of God. He's working within his personal relationship with every single individual to do exactly what needs to be done. And so, if we don't live in the time of complete agreement, then we don't live in the time of complete agreement, and he's got his reasons for that. What's more important is that we all
this is also the image of
are
the whole
tapped in and tuned in to that, right? Like to that thing that, and this is why we can have kumbaya as various denominations and religious beliefs and political beliefs. Is because if we're certain that God has us right where He wants us, and our desire is to do His will, then what needs to get done will get done, and we don't really need to worry about anything. To be clear, that's a temporary thing. I'm not worried about it.
think we're doing, I think like this idea that really, it reminds me of Sophie, which is, just the whole idea of like being boys and being just and also the fact that we're buying from it. I don't want to try to, I don't know what it is, honestly, but it's just, like that I think the counter to, we will always be in it, we always make it for a second there, but like the counter to this crazy climate change.
I wouldn't be at all surprised is that if enough of us restored ourselves to reality for long enough, what would be considered old school, coarse-grained miracles would start popping up. Yeah. I wouldn't be at all surprised is that if enough of us restored ourselves to reality for long enough, what would be considered old school, coarse-grained miracles would start popping up. Yeah.
How much do we believe in fairies? Right?
Yeah.
And everyone struggles with that, but if you ask them if they believe in God, they're like, oh. How much do we believe in fairies? Right?
Yeah.
And everyone struggles with that, but if you ask them if they believe in God, they're like, oh. How much do we believe in fairies? Right?
Yeah.
And everyone struggles with that, but if you ask them if they believe in God, they're like, oh. How much do we believe in fairies?
Let's try that again. That was horrible.
I wouldn't be at all surprised is that if enough of us restored ourselves to reality for long enough, what would be considered old school, coarse-grained miracles would start popping up. Yeah. I wouldn't be at all surprised is that if enough of us restored ourselves to reality for long enough, what would be considered old school, coarse-grained miracles would start popping up. Yeah.
Let's try that again. That was horrible.
I wouldn't be at all surprised is that if enough of us restored ourselves to reality for long enough, what would be considered old school, coarse-grained miracles would start popping up. Yeah. I wouldn't be at all surprised is that if enough of us restored ourselves to reality for long enough, what would be considered old school, coarse-grained miracles would start popping up. Yeah.
How much do we believe in fairies? Right?
Yeah.
And everyone struggles with that, but if you ask them if they believe in God, they're like, oh. How much do we believe in fairies? Right?
Yeah.
And everyone struggles with that. But if you ask them if they believe in God, they're like, oh, how much do we believe in this? Right? And everyone struggles with that. But if you ask them if they believe in God, they're like, oh, how much do we believe in fairies?
The 4 P's of knowing. I think we're quick to classify people that are just naturally more disagreeable as, they're just obsessed with proposition. And the demonization of proposition, I think, has a lot to do with some of the lack of generative conversations. Because there are people who are more intellectual. We point to someone like Sam. Sam's an exception. And Sam's like a fringe of the corner. He's doing more bridge building with Christian YouTube that TLC also rails against.
Yeah, well, and maybe, yeah, and true. That's one of my things that.
To classify people that are just naturally more disagreeable as, they're just obsessed with position. And the demonization of position, I think, has a lot to do with some of the lack of generative conversations. Because there are people who are more intellectual. We point to someone like Sam. Sam's an exception. And Sam's like a fringe of the corner. He's doing more bridge building with Christian YouTube that TLC also rails against.
Yeah, well, and maybe, yeah, and true. That's one of my things that.
Classify people that are just naturally more disagreeable as, they're just obsessed with position. And the demonization of position, I think, has a lot to do with some of the lack of generative conversations. Because there are people who are more intellectual. We point to someone like Sam. Sam's an exception. And Sam's like a fringe of the corner. He's doing more bridge building with Christian YouTube that TLC also rails against.
Yeah. Well, and maybe, yeah, and true. That's one of my things that.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Is that if enough of us who store
the 4 P's of knowing, I think we're.
These Christian meditations, which are the fruit of much reflection, will be slowly but also easily understood, although they will certainly prove very difficult to anyone who by a cursory and merely inquisitive reading makes them so. That individual who first considers whether he will read them or not, should he finally decide to read them, will sympathetically consider whether the difficulty and the ease, when these are thoughtfully weighed on the balance, are rightly proportioned to one another, so that the Christian idea may not be given a false weight by making the difficulty or the ease too great. They are Christian reflections, and therefore not about love, but about the works of love. They concern the works of love, not as if all its works were herein enumerated and described, far from it. Not as if the particular works herein described were now described once for all. Praise God, that is impossible. For that which in its whole wealth is essentially inexhaustible, is also in its least expression essentially indescribable, because it is essentially present everywhere in its wholeness and essentially incapable of being described. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou God of love, from whom all love comes in heaven and on earth. Thou who didst hold nothing back, but didst give everything in love. Thou who art love, so the lover is only what he is through being in thee. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou who didst make manifest what love is, thou our Savior and Redeemer, who gave himself to save us all. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou Spirit of love, thou who dost abate nothing of thine own, but dost call to mind that sacrifice of love, dost remind the believer to love as he is loved, and his neighbor as himself. O eternal love, thou who art everywhere present and never without testimony in what may here be said about love or about works of love. For it is certainly true that there are some acts which the human language particularly and narrow-mindedly calls acts of charity. But in heaven it is certainly true that no act can be pleasing unless it is an act of love, sincere in its self-abnegation, a necessity for love, and just because of this, without claim or merit. These Christian meditations, which are the fruit of much reflection, will be slowly and also easily understood, although they will certainly prove very difficult to anyone who by a cursory and merely inquisitive reading makes them so. That individual who first considers whether he will read them or not, should he finally decide to read them, will sympathetically consider whether the difficulty and the ease, when these are thoughtfully weighed on the balance, are rightly proportioned to one another, so that the Christian idea may not be given a false weight by making the difficulty or the ease too great. They are Christian reflections, and therefore not about love, but about the works of love.
They concern the works of love, not as if all its works were herein enumerated and described, far from it. Not as if the particular works herein described were now described once for all. Praise God, that is impossible. For that which in its whole wealth is essentially inexhaustible, is also in its least expression essentially indescribable, because it is essentially present everywhere in its wholeness and essentially incapable of being described. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou God of love, from whom all love comes in heaven and on earth. Thou who didst hold nothing back, but didst give everything in love. Thou who art love, so the lover is only what he is through being in you. How can anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou who didst make manifest what love is, thou our Savior and Redeemer, who gave himself to save us all. How can anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten, thou Spirit of love, thou who dost abate nothing at thine own, but dost call to mind that sacrifice of love, dost remind the believer to love as he is loved, and his neighbor as himself. O eternal love, thou who art everywhere present and never without testimony in what may here be said about love or about works of love. For it is certainly true that there are some acts which the human language particularly and narrow-mindedly calls acts of charity. But in heaven it is certainly true that no act can be pleasing unless it is an act of love, sincere in its self-abnegation, a necessity for love, and just because of this, without claim or merit.
Wait. I just gotta get this out. Buzzwords are holy words.
Yeah.
And estuary is magic. Okay, whatever.
Now this this here is a salty little estuary, if you ask me. Just saying.
I just gotta get this out. Buzzwords are holy words. and the estuary is magic. Okay, whatever.
Now this this here is a salty little estuary, if you ask me. Just saying.
Buzzwords are holy words. Buzzwords are holy words. Buzzwords are holy words. And estuary. Buzzwords are holy words. Buzzwords are holy words. And estuary. Buzzwords are holy words. And estuary is magic. Buzzwords are holy words. 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 And buzzwords are holy words. And estuary. Okay. Buzzwords are holy words. Buzzwords are holy words. Buzzwords are holy words. And estuary. Buzzwords are holy words. Buzzwords are holy words. And buzzwords are holy words. And estuary is magic. Buzzwords are holy words. 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 And buzzwords are holy words. And estuary is magic. Okay.
It's so beautiful to have a community. We should really all be in a community. I'm so sorry if this podcast for you is a substitute for community. Take the headphones out. Stop supporting my plan for boat ownership. Go and join the nearest religious community near you. Hopefully it's one that'll get you into heaven rather than one of those Yazidi devil-worshipping communities. I don't want to go too hard on the Yazidi because people keep trying to kill them. But also, the more I read about the Yazidi, the more I think maybe actually they do worship the devil. So much to talk about. So much to talk about. So much to talk about.
In a lifetime opportunity. That's an adventure by anyone's standards. I have met with the next member of this group in question, Mr. Robot.
some saving throws up against the mind control. Give the skull a dice to roll. Then at least we'll have a chance to see the foe before he sneaks around behind and does his best to land a blow. How's that?
Of the free will to not see. Yeah, sure. Because it's there the whole time, and it's part of you always knows it's there. But that's where free will comes in, is what you accept and reject. And I don't know where I'm going with any of this, but
well, you're evidencing the heart of the corner. Is what where you're going.
Good.
Very intense.
This, like, the best definition I've ever, or at least that I've heard of hell that I adopted, was like, it's where God's not. And depending on your worldview, he can be pretty hard to see here. Like, you have the free will to not see.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's there the whole time, and it's part of you always knows it's there. But that's where free will comes in, is what you accept and reject. And I don't know where I'm going with any of this, but
I've been seeing the heart of the corner. Is where you're going. Very intense.
Speaking into someone else's mind. And I guess it sort of made me think a lot about, what marketing does and how the branding works. And I guess it just made me think that having this kind of knowledge really, well, I think that it can, I guess it somewhat can protect you. Protect you from the dark arts, as they would say. But it's true, though. Like, you need to recognize that these things happen. And when you can realize that these psychotechnologies are, all of the programming that's built into your TV set. This is what Grimm talks about all the time, peeking into someone else's mind. And I guess it's true.
I don't think they're doing that. I think these insufferable douchebags are so in love with the smell of their own farts, heads so far up their own asses, that they genuinely believe that they're big stars in some capacity, and that if anybody talks about them, they do it because those people that are talking about them want their attention or want attention. I don't think they're doing that.
All right, Chad, welcome. What's up, brother?
What up, duty?
I was
I
just about to shut this thing down, take a little nap.
Oh, you're gonna take a little nap, are you?
Yeah.
Look at my
just a little
man
nap.
tits.
What a way to end it.
That make me feel comfortable here.
That's one way to make us feel virtually not alone.
I know. Sorry. How is it that you can talk without your lips moving like that? That's crazy.
It's telepathy.
Telepathy. You know, I had this thing about telepathy that I've been thinking about.
Do tell.
Is it... Because I haven't listened to any of the telepathy talk that y'all have been having on telepathy and that other A word.
I don't know the other A word.
Kind of sounds like fishing.
Oh. I gotcha.
But I was thinking about, because I had this experience where I thought of something, didn't say it, and I didn't think of any specifics of something, and yet the YouTube algorithm gave me the thing that I was thinking about.
That's weird.
Yeah, very weird. And I was wondering if how much of that is telepathy, like we're saying like telecommunications, right? But then there's path, like pathology. So where has telepathology been kind of shaped in us by these tools?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't feel comfortable with my man boobs hanging out like that.
Well, it's a part of your body, it's it is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got Hezzy. Oh yeah, you're streaming to your channel, so we're getting all the cool cats.
Oh yeah.
I think that you're onto something there. I'm probably too tired to really offer anything interesting in response to that, but there's got to be some sort of connection there between the way that our technology is well, let's just say it this way. I've found myself kind of when I get addicted to the dopamine of my phone, I begin to exhibit symptoms of neurodiversity, we'll say. Right? So my attention span gets lower and lower when I'm more and more on my phone, kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
And so it strikes me as maybe the internet brings out either our ADHD or our autism and kind of highlights it or strengthens it. And so there's a sense in which that telepathy, that connectedness, that shared consciousness, and my dog needs to go potty here for I should have been taking him out while I was doing McMo Radio, but he's grumpy now because he's like, you've been doing this for 2+ hours. It's time for a real potty break. But yeah, I think you're onto something. I'm gonna put the link, and then I've got you on my phone, so I can switch to my phone, and then I'm gonna take my dog out.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, there's two of them. Now there's one. Yeah, I was thinking about kind of the first time I experienced something very peculiar as it relates to this telepathology. And I think it started actually more in the body than it did in the mind. Maybe some of you can remember this happening. Perhaps you can remember, maybe you had this experience where this is back before smartphones. Maybe it was right before smartphones, but when we still had cell phones. And I would have my phone in my pocket often. And if I would get a call, it would vibrate, obviously, because you'd have the call. And you would get a call and the phone would ring and then it would vibrate and then you'd feel it. But then there would be like these almost like ghost rings that would occur where if you had your phone on silent and it was still on vibrate, like it would like feel like the phone was going off and you'd check it and there'd be like nothing there, like nobody would be calling. Or better yet, you wouldn't even have your phone in your pocket and you'd still get those murmurs.
Right. I remember looking into this, and apparently it's very similar phenomenon to like phantom pain that amputees experience, and it's because there's like an inordinate amount of attention is being placed on one portion of the body. So like to say one set of neurons, like our hands and fingers, they have lots of neurons to them because you've got to be able to feel what you're doing to have fine motor skills, right? But your hip and your upper thigh was not designed to alert you of basically your whole life. Your thigh was not one of your main sensory organs. So, you're basically, you've got all these neurons now that are like hyper aware because you've been using them to kind of tell you when your wife is calling or when your kid, when your girlfriend might be texting you back. And so that's what happens. That's why there's like these phantom triggers, because it's probably just like a part of your underwear, a part of your pants just rubbing up against that part of your leg a little bit different than it normally does. But those nerves are on such high alert because they've been trained to that, it feels, you get these phantom vibrations like someone's trying to call you or you just got a notification, even though your phone's in your hand.
Right. And now I don't wear my phone in the pocket like that anymore. It's either like just sitting out or something. That's how we kind of moved around that one where now it's like, I just have my phone out all the time, so it's never on it's only in my hand. But I wonder what earbuds will do. What like if you take that same kind of phenomena, whatever that is that you're talking about, and bring that over into the earbud realm.
Oh yeah, I've already got an example for you. Sometimes, sometimes my wife will talk during movies, and by sometimes I mean all the time. And it's just like the wife. It's just like the wife jack meme, where she'll be like, "What is it? What does that mean? What's he saying?" And I'm like, "Babe, we're watching the same movie. Neither of us have seen this before. Like, we're just watch it, like." And but so sometimes though she'll be watching a show and I'll be listening to a podcast because I'm not interested in the show or whatever. And I've gotten so used to her saying something and then me pulling out an earbud and asking her to basically repeat what she just said, that multiple times before she said something just kind of under her breath and I didn't hear what she said and I instinctively reached for an earbud, but I wasn't wearing earbuds. So
yeah,
like that's kind of like already started, right?
Yeah. So, we talk about this, we often bring up the question of well, what is this doing to us? And like you could take that question and just kind of like, what is the word? Extrapolate or something? Is that the word? Like you could just take and stretch that
Sure.
question in so many ways that, yeah, what is it doing? Like, and like, so now we don't, I don't know. I don't really worry about I don't have um, that phantom ring in my pocket anymore because I don't, like I said, I don't wear it in my pocket anymore. Not like that. I'm wondering if how much everybody else is kind of has that same experience. Do you wear your phone in your pocket like that?
Yeah,
Still?
I do. I do. I mean, I do have it in my hand enough or a lot
Or on the
so that,
table?
but yeah, I mean, it usually is in reaching distance from me, which is disconcerting. But we've got a guest, Fleetus. Welcome.
Oh, nice. Look at this guy. God, I love this dude.
I didn't know if I was getting let in.
Yeah,
Well,
I didn't know
I
if I
can't
wanted to let
see
you in.
anything.
There you go.
Like, I
Yeah,
don't have any
this is my
controls.
stream.
Yeah.
I'm in control today, boys. This is an extension of the McMo radio. You get a little AM FM blend at the beginning, then you get straight FM, and now we're on to the straight AM section.
Right, which is flipped. It used to be the other way. Like, AM used to be the place that all of the music was on. Okay. Like, this is back in, I just watched by the way, McMosive, have you ever like really listened to Chicago, the band? Like dove into
Yes.
them? They're so
Yeah, they
good.
were. I had a high school band director that was big into Chicago. My sister actually really likes Chicago. I will say I haven't done it in a while, and it's not something that's like I've listened to enough for it to become kind of part of my um, ready at hand memory of tunes and such. But yeah, no, I have deep respect for Chicago. But yeah, they're probably worth a re-listen.
Yeah, I would start with I probably their second record is my favorite, but their second and first record and third record are really great. Anyhow, the reason why I bring them up is I recently watched a documentary on them, and when they got signed, they couldn't get AM radio to play any of their music because they didn't have any like single length like songs, and FM radio was the place that you would go to listen to whole album sides. Basically, that was FM radio at one point, and AM radio was the place to listen to popular contemporary music. And so it's really interesting how that has, you know, moved along the way.
But right from the beginning, didn't people recognize that FM had better quality, or was it not like that at the beginning?
Well, it's
or was
just
it
like,
maybe it was more expensive to run too?
I imagine it's kind of like, do you remember when we all had MySpace?
No.
Okay, so this is my experience with MySpace. Maybe this is just because I'm a little older than you guys. But MySpace was like, you would build your page, you would invest a lot of time and effort into making your page interesting to your own solipsistic liking. And you would often build it so big that it would take forever to load, and it was a pain in the ass. And then along comes this thing called Facebook that was kind of running right along parallel on a timeline. And it was like, I don't want no damn Facebook. Like, I just spent all this time building my MySpace. Why would I get a stupid Facebook? And and I can't like customize my page like I can on MySpace.
With all
And
those
so,
sweet HTML commands.
right. And then so Facebook comes along, and and honestly, it was better. It just as FM is a bit better quality than AM, and it just became like, so basically Facebook is the new FM radio, which is also probably, I suspect, is dying. I haven't been on there for probably 10 years almost. Yeah. I don't know. Are you guys still on that platform?
We have a family page, but that's the only thing I do on there. It seems totally dead. Advertisements and everything.
Yeah,
Um,
my wife has a like a false Facebook page just so she could utilize the Facebook marketplace apparatus.
Yeah. And
Yeah. So,
go ahead, McMo.
oh, I was just gonna say I got an AIM and AOL Instant Messenger. Hey, Matt C's here. Matt, join us.
It's popping off.
Yep, here we go. Here it is. Yeah, I got a AOL Instant Messenger account pretty much the day everybody decided that it was not cool to use anymore. And same thing happened with MySpace. I got a MySpace and it was like, you got a MySpace? Dude, we're all on Facebook. And so I got a Facebook and but yeah, I do not use my Facebook at all anymore. I don't even open the app. I don't even have the app on the phone that I use now for most of the time. So yeah, I do not look at Facebook. I look at Instagram because it helps me keep up with my real life friends, and then I look at X because that's some of the corner people.
Yeah. And now we're all heading to OnlyFans.
Yeah,
that's right. Well, here's the thing that I was going to say with Mark is like, having been on Instagram and Twitter for most of my adult life, like as far as I can tell, the billboards and the advertisements and the place where people congregate to find OnlyFans pages are just regular social media sites. So we're already like, what Mark should start with, if he really is serious about it, is he should start with just Instagram and like Twitter, because that's.
Are you saying your Twitter is sending you OnlyFans models or whatever?
I get the odd bot, and I have.
Oh yeah,
yeah. There's been enough. They've gotten me a few times where I'm like, oh, maybe this is a real person, and it's like,
no.
Nope.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah.
Yeah, you were trying to pin me down, dude. You think my algorithm's full of smut?
Oh, your algorithm, it reveals a lot about a person, that's for sure. No, once it figures out you're a dude, you're screwed. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, I'm on Instagram for trade stuff because there's actually a really active like craftsmanship community on Instagram, and it's actually quite good. I enjoy. I went through a phase where I was on it for a while, but I'm not really on it anymore.
They need the tectonic school.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on there. There's people teaching everything. You can watch people set tile from every country in the world.
And what app are you talking about?
Instagram, yeah.
Never been on there. Never been on Twitter. Thank God.
Speaking of tectonic school, though, I wanted to ask you guys if you have been reading Michael's book.
I still have to read my father's book.
I'm waiting for the audiobook.
You guys are narcissists, so I'll just mention you're in the book. So maybe that'll get you to crack the cover.
My father's book is written about our family. I haven't yet read my father's book.
I'm just laughing at Matt C's picture here. Sorry.
I do want to read. I do want to read,
Matt,
but the thing is I have to intentionally cut out things to do that, and I'm just way too narcissistic.
It's a lot. I'm in about 100 pages, and
get out of here.
When I was
hold
thinking,
on, Phoebus. I need a pause. I need to signs of life from Matt C. Just one camera on, or some proof of life in the private chat.
I know that's not his profile picture. The guy.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you're good.
He's cooking
something
up.
Please continue.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I hadn't bought it until Dave Busatel said, "Oh, it's 800 pages," and I got thinking back to like in high school when I committed to reading War and Peace. And Michael's book is like 3/4 of that. Anyways, so I'm giving it my best shot.
Maybe I'll read it. Son of a bitch. I just
Well, it's very he explains at the beginning it's a very rough draft. So in some ways it reads like a bunch of substacks, which maybe it is, and it can be a little disconnected. So I'm trying to find the thread. But
I believe I
that
can
boy
believe,
can write.
Yeah.
I can believe that he mentions Chad. I refuse to believe that he mentions McMo.
McMo is on like the third page, and Luke gets lots of mentions.
Are you serious? You're in there 100 times? Are you just jacking with me right now?
100 what?
You're in there 100 pages, you said?
Yeah, I've read about 100 pages. Yeah.
No, but you are in there 100 pages.
No, I'm not in at all. You guys are in.
Why are we in there and you're not? This is bullshit.
Look at this is like page 3. Chad the girl dad, formerly Chad the alcoholic, for giving me his number. He's thanking you here.
Oh wow.
Anyways,
that's sweet. It's very cool.
Yeah, well, it's like all corner stuff, corner topics. Like I just picked up the Kindle, which was $10 or something. But even if you're just gonna scope out a couple chapters, I just want to promote it because
that's cool.
It's like Michael's soul is in this book. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, the thing
we need to do a book study on it. Somebody needs to do a book study on it.
Talk about meta. Holy cannoli. The thing about like first draft stuff, my experience with writing, and I'm way too intimidated by like trying to write a big piece like that, but I can do short stories and I like writing short stories or even some of the weird little stuff that I write. My experience with first draftedness is once you start getting going, the thoughts kind of come faster than I can put them in order on page. So things like sentences and paragraphs will be kind of out of order. It's weird. And if you were like to edit it, right? If you edited like a paragraph, it'll come out right. If you just like move the back to the front and the front to it's weird.
Yeah. Well, this is definitely that. Like I think an editor could probably spend a year in this book. But because it's kind of cool. Like you can actually see the timeline of how ideas have come up in the TLC and then we discuss them. And then, maybe I missed it, but Michael would have wrote a chapter or whatever on his thoughts about it. And he's got a bunch of insightful stuff that I missed. Maybe it was on like a Friday morning stream, but yeah, it's cool. It's like, oh, here's this TLC idea that we were playing with a year ago. And here's where Michael went with it. And yeah, I like it.
That's awesome. One of the first things that Michael ever put out was that I remember being like really struck by the way that he thinks was there's this piece that he did on this kind of schizophrenic, mentally ill dude way back. I think it was like in the early 1900s. I think he lived in Chicago, who was like this artist, and he made like this ridiculous work of art out of like collage work, and people don't really know what the guy was thinking when he made the thing. And I did like a whole deep dive on that, and then I ended up like sending him this video of the Toy and Bee tiles, and he watched that. And so like we're all like into this really weird kind of like I do think that schizophrenic and mentally ill people can be very fascinating at times. And I wonder if my interest in them is because like I fear I might be one, but then I'm thinking if that's true, it's only like everything else where I'm always just this borderline case where like when I was in school, I couldn't get good grades at all. And I wanted to like, and I hated that. And I thought I don't want to be in the assisted learning class.
Yeah.
Because make me feel weird, but I can't get good grades. So then I asked the school, like, what do I have to do to get in this other class because I'm getting horrible grades, and they're like, well, you have to take a test. And I took the test, and they said, you just scored just high enough to where you can't get into this other class. And so I'm wondering how much of a borderline person I am. Like, I even like, if you guys want to know how my inside mind thinks, like when I was in the womb, the way that the cleft lip and cleft palate happens is that when you're born, your head and your face grows from the back to the front. And in the first trimester, if it doesn't fully take shape within the first trimester, it won't take shape. It won't fully close. So then that's what happens. And so like from the beginning, I've been a borderline, almost there, not quite fully finished person. And I think it's shaped a lot of what I think about myself, honestly.
So your
that's
your personality was shaped by this like borderline disorder.
Totally, without a doubt. You're saying I'm a borderline disorder. Yes, I probably have. I don't know what that is exactly. But
no, I'm
I
not saying
probably
that.
have.
I'm not saying that you have that, but you said all of those words, and I was just like, well, you know, maybe.
I was fully aware of it as I was saying it, and it might be true. Although I have not looked into borderline disorder, probably because I'm too afraid of what I'll find.
You know, the thing is, sometimes it's like very scary to kind of have some word that describes all of the symptoms that you're suffering from. But then also it can be very freeing. So, and you just kind of never know until you kind of take that leap of like, oh shit, maybe I am this or maybe I'm not this. But
Yeah,
that being said, Matt C's been on this stream for a while and you know, he jumped in, he said
I'm just taking it in, man. I
Well,
thought
just
we
to
were going to
that-
Flavor Town. I don't know where we're at
Take
right
us
now.
to Flavor Town, bro. Take us to Flavor Town.
Here to bring the triple D dumpsters, drive-ins, and dives. But we're doing a deep dive here. Yeah, I don't know. As far as like borderline goes, that's an interesting topic because, by like my limited understanding of borderline personality is that you're not fully sure of who you are without getting continual signals, gestures from others around you. So you need people to define you so that you can pattern them. That's kind of curious, you know. I wonder if a lot of us have kind of low level, you know, there's upsides, there's downsides, baby. There's drawbacks to thinking in continually with a online community. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, so just to for Nick Moses' point, it's good to kind of know like certain, what did you say, categories or something. It can be scary, but it can be good once you find out. That's why I really just like to lean into the I'm spiritually sick. I'm a spiritually sick person. And
I think you have, yeah.
That helps. I mean, because to me, like the temptation of being able to find whether it's, you know, schizophrenic, whatever the thing is, whatever you want to say it is like that there's a temptation that I can solve it with some sort of process or something. And for me, the spiritual illness, in other words, just being a person, being a human who is prone to spiritual illness and spiritual sickness, I have like a very definitive path that I can just kind of move towards all the time, even though I'm gonna fall short like constantly. And I don't know how Father Phlebas thinks of this, but I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, it becomes there's a danger where it becomes your whole frame. So that's actually I've been waiting for Michael, and maybe it's in the book. Maybe I'm going to get there, but he has kind of gone this autism route. And when he first brought that up, I was like, "Oh no, it's going to be the answer to everything and all this stuff." And anyways, he hasn't gone there. He said some really intelligent things about it, and I would like to hear more about it. He was into this autism podcast, and I think there is a danger where, oh, this explains my whole past instead of, yeah. keeping it simple, Chad, like you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone ever noticed that?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, just quickly, yeah, there's that temptation to say that when you find a hook that helps you understand yourself, then you project that onto understanding reality for everybody, you know? And maybe that's not the case, you know? Like that's kind of what that was one of the things we were playing with on the Not Estuary yesterday with Chad, was like, there's a lot of people in TLC that are interested in having better conversations just generally, you know, like coffee hour, like talking about things that are deeper than the weather. But maybe if we're weird and special and different, that doesn't mean that we need to make the whole world weird and special and different, you know, or we don't have to define everybody else in terms of how closely they are to our weirdness. Maybe it's a weirdness that helps us understand how to connect better with people who aren't like us, you know, just kind of to turn it back around into, I don't know, that's what I've been thinking about, like how to talk about the weather better with people, not figure out how to get everybody to stop talking about mundane things. Maybe there's just a better way to talk about those mundane things. That makes sense. Like not everyone has to be an autist, you know?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this. There's a part of me that doesn't want the TLC to go down the like manosphere of giving like practical advice. You know, it's like, oh yeah, our target market is these, you know, weird little dudes who, you know, across the globe who can't find anybody to talk about theosis with, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah, like, you know, and the other thing too is like, as someone who is socially gifted, you know, I just don't really think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, you know, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm spoiled rotten in my gifts, but there's a lot of like, it's better to be genuine than it is to be good at small talk. You know, that being said, I do think that there's like value in small talk. There's little ways in which you can make people feel important, valued, seen, loved. Like that's true.
That's what I mean. Like, don't be fake back at people. But like, I bet there's a way to. If someone's talking and they're being fake, they might not be. That's part of the problem, is that we all start. I don't know. There's a layer of reality that breaks for us when we deconstruct or something, or we're having these great conversations, and then we think everyone's fake who's not having these conversations. They might not be fake.
Right. No,
you know?
yeah, I think it's much more the body. There's many gifts, you know, and there's some people on Earth that I'm just never meant to like break through to this side of glory. But then there's also this, right. There's also the sense in which like, you know, in a community, you don't want people to be like bad at something to the point where they're harming themselves. Right. So if there is someone in the community who is really just like agoraphobic or, you know, suffers from such severe social anxiety that they can't say what they think, you know, like that's, and so that's actually the reality we find ourselves in, you know, and maybe increasingly less so with the whole Emperor Musk and Duke, what's his name? What's the vice president's name, or future vice president? Yeah, whatever.
JD. Yeah.
But I was Vance, Duke Vance. I was gonna mention though, it's always been funny to me that like Grimm looks like Michael sounds, and Michael looks like Grimm sounds.
That's good food for thought.
I think we can mix that, right? We could flip that around, make some branding.
Well, we need to raise money to pay Grimm $1 over what Santa's paying him to be an elf, the amount of time that it will take for him to read Michael's book. So that should be Grimm's new grift. You know, somebody should do that math. It should be Grimm, and then set the goal. And then what's the goal? You know, and then we have an audiobook. Michael can put it up on Audible, self-published audiobook. and then
They have
Bob's
to
your
split
uncle.
that. They have to split that, right? To do the
Mm.
tectonic telling, they'll have to split the proceeds.
No, here's how the deal works. Let me negotiate for both sides here. Let me posit a deal that may work for both sides, which is Grimm gets paid outright for recording the audiobook, and then Michael gets all of the income from Audible. Grimm gets a one-time fee for his hourly wages that is better than Santa's paying him right now, and Santa's not short on cash. So, we're doing Grimm a favor, paying him more than Santa's paying, and he gets to use his gift, one of his most prized possessions, which is that lovely set of pipes that man's got on him.
Yeah. Because like Scott Brick is great, but he ain't no Grim Grizz. I'm just saying.
Just if I can go back to what you guys were saying, this is a social network. What we're doing here, and I think a lot of people are selling themselves short, because if you are successful on here, you can be successful in any social network. And it's great coming here, and it's like you can get what you want on demand, sort of like a drug or something. But you're definitely, I think you have to be careful to not be robbing your community, because if you're successful here, you are going to be one of the most valued people in your church as well. You might be a little weird, but people like weird people. That story that David Busatil was talking about. He goes out for lunch or whatever with the dude, and you know what? Maybe the dude doesn't have much to say, but he loves David. David could be the center of that community very quickly. And so there's definitely a danger of escaping onto here.
I think that that's true of the church. I don't think that that's true of corporate mammon world. And that's what I'm afraid of, is that we will get people who will start using it's like, oh, I'm going to learn how to lead an estuary group so that I can lead a meeting for my Fortune 500 company that I'm a low tier mid manager at.
Yeah,
that's tradition 10 or 6 in AA. That we don't have any affiliation with any outside entities
except ARC.
Well, they don't have any except ARC, right?
Well, I'm just
no,
joking.
I know what you're saying, because I did have a conversation with PBK and Van Donk and Sam and damn, who else was it? There was 10 people there. This is 3 years ago, talking to them about this problem. Because because I was like, if this goes, we're gonna want to, and at that time it was it's like it is now. Nothing's happening, except it's us, right?
Yeah.
But there's always a concern that this great thing can be gamed in a way that is not helpful for the greater whole. And then so I wanted to bring that up to them, because it was you can't see 10 moves ahead, and since we don't know how big this will get, or if it will or won't get, you have to just kind of pay attention to those kinds of things. And that was the one thing that AA did so well, is it made its own book and it published its own book. And and there were publishers that wanted to help them, but they was tempting, but they were like, you know what, we should not do that. We should just keep our own work, because anything can happen,
Yeah, there's a sense in which TLC is not for people with
status.
With status, but I was going in the opposite direction. I was going to say TLC is not even necessarily for the alcoholic. There's Alcoholics Anonymous for the alcoholic. TLC
Exactly.
is not for the spiritually hungry. There are churches all over for that. TLC is specifically, I think, for the meaning crisis. But if it becomes just a technique, if it becomes a technique for how do you relate to strangers, well, you could just go to Toastmasters for that. You know, like
Yeah.
the modern day evangelical church is very good at convincing people to talk to strangers about spiritual things, or at least kind of promoting the type of courage required for that. I think like when you start talking about it in any way like it's a technique, then I think that there's something like that should not be a part of what's going on here. Like I don't think that type of instrumental training is what makes this place special. Maybe it becomes
Really,
that
because it's
at a certain point.
that's fascinating. Because I think of it because we're always very clear about it's not doctrinal, it's not propositional, it's not about what you believe, it's how you discuss it. You know, like I feel like it's always tried to get at some way of talking about. I know technique sounds very utilitarian, but it's about a mode or a method, right? Like, isn't that what? If we're not trying to do that, it'd be interesting. If it's not about what you believe and it's not about how you discuss it, I'm struggling to think of how else to get at what this is, other than just like a distraction, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that crazy?
I think that the purpose should remain fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Meaning that like there may come a time when the guys at McDonald's have to tell another one of the dudes to stop coming, right? Or we've got the all-stars in the hive mind now. Yeah, Hezzy gets it, but I think that the best metaphor still is like hobos gathering under a street lamp or old guys meeting at McDonald's for early morning Bible study and man gossip, which is metaphysical arguments. You know, so like
I could hardly wait. I want to do that so bad. The McDonald's thing.
Tayo's 100% right here. That when the question of what TLC is, that is to say, an identity question gets asked, the answers that are given are existential at best and justifications at worst, right?
Interesting.
Well, okay. So to Tayo's point here, so Vander Clay was talking about this in some video a little while back about when Peugeot was talking to Peterson about fairy tales, and then Peugeot now makes the fairy tale and he publishes it, does this very modern move of publishes the fairy tale in a book. And so, yeah, you want to be kind of mythological fairy tale like, or pre-modern, but it's still a modern move. Well, answering the question of what is TLC, TLC is bullshitting with no weed. There's plenty of weed here, Tim Grogan. Anyhow, the idea of like, I like the question when it's asked, and then we kind of each of us dive into it. We play with it in our own way. It's this kind of fairy tale like lore making, mythological shaping, and so we're getting to play with this, and I think it's okay that we do that. I think it's unavoidable at this point. It's a part of the whatever it is, and Neil and I were talking about this earlier this week about talking about it kind of like it's this is very much like a video game. He plays video games, I don't, but he mentioned there's a type of video game that you can play, and he said this is better than all of them because it's similar, but it's not. So I'm trying to edit this damn. Never mind. Ignore me right now, please.
So that kind of worries me because now I'm thinking, are we just an expression of the tool then? Is this just like pure
no
Dionysus, like we're just effortlessly instinctively expressing the technate of this platform?
No, it's trampling down, is what Luke said, trampling down techne with techne. So it is partly techne because it's a big part of how all this came about, and it's obviously a part of how it continues to grow because like like we've all seen, we just kind of steal steal some tools from each other and how we like to play in this game. And so we just take this. Oh, I like what Grizz does with the branding or whatever it is.
Mhm.
And then we like utilize that as part of, and that makes the thing take shape. So it's part relationships that we share with each other offline and online. It's part thinky talky headspace stuff. It's part working stuff out. It's part playing with technology itself. And it's also like, so to Plebus's concern, like about the reaching up thing, like part of why I like to do it is I just want to see if is it possible. What's it like to reach up and what happens? Because like I just, not that I really, because I can't do anything with the reach up other than talk to somebody. So that's as far up as I can go with it, and as far as I'm willing to go with it. Or I get to try to help put together a conference so that other people can have an opportunity to meet these people and meet each other in person.
Mm.
So that's the point of the reach up. It's to I'm trying to game the reach up for fun's sake, and just for curiosity's sake. And now maybe there's somebody who's really good at this who wants to actually make a living at this, like say Grim Grizz or a Seabax who can actually do something with this type of thing, or a Michael Sartori, and maybe they can take and say, "Oh, reaching up isn't that impossible as you would have thought it was. It's actually pretty simple. It's oftentimes it's a matter of like the accidental reach up that I did was a complete accident. And again, it still may do nothing, right? The guy's like, he just messaged me back yesterday. We'll see. Maybe he's just fucking with me. I don't know. Maybe he's just thinking like he'll mess with me and he's tagging me along. I don't know. But maybe not. Maybe he wants to actually talk. And what will that do? It'll be a conversation. I want to know how this guy thinks, because he seems to be thinking on the same wavelength I am, or a lot of us are, from a creative standpoint. So that's kind of fun. Yeah.
We need some of these other people in here. Some great people in the chat.
Yes, Mandy, come on, and Chris or Khali. So Mandy is wondering, what am I talking about? There's a project called Windstar that I tripped over by accident. It was in my feed, and it's a totally it's a musical project that's playing with the medium, and it's playing with marketing in a way that's experimental and interesting and very similar, I think, aesthetically to what McMosive does, or what I've done with some branding and stuff like this. It's pretty close in some of those. It's similar style. Similar.
The Friday Morning Fragment.
Exactly. And so I don't know if that's a cue that I should stop talking about it or continue.
No, that was 2 thumbs up. Keep going, brother.
So what I did was I asked the guy if I found his email on his website, the Windstar website, Windstar Solutions, and I asked him, do you mind if I use some of your clips on my live stream that I'm going to be doing today? Because I want to talk about meta naissance, which nobody knows about or cares about, but I think it's a groovy ass name. Anyways, he said, yeah, and I also invited him to come onto the stream if he wanted to. I had no idea who it was other than this guy who made this thing. And he said, yeah, you can totally use the video. Send me the link because I want to watch the video. I can't make it to the live stream today, but maybe we'll schedule something on in the future. And I said, oh, cool, man. And then I watched the video that I initially found. I watched it a second time and paid closer attention to what he actually said and who he was. I was like, holy shit, dude, that's the producer of Radiolab. And like there's a few Radiolab episodes that I really love. Like there's a couple of them that are just outstanding.
Wow.
And
Radiolab raised me. I love Radiolab.
Yeah, and it's like it's interesting because it's actually Blue Church. It's Blue Church podcasting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
right. It's great. So now if the guy, we've exchanged like 3 emails thus far. We're scheduling something now, and I want to talk to him about his project and his process for creating art. Obviously, I'm going to talk about the TLC. What is that going to do? Who fucking cares? It's not going to do anything, right? It's just going to be like,
Interesting.
I get to have a conversation partner, and we'll see what happens there. But this place is way too steep for any normie, people who actually can do small talk, to come in and play. They'll just spend 5 minutes and be like, these people are ridiculous. I'm out of here.
Well, and something just occurred to me, which is the wisdom of PBK, which is the wisdom, that is to say, it's the wisdom of David, right? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. And so, yes, like I have long thought that the level of talent and intellect in this scene is cutting edge, front of the herd, 2 to 5 years ahead of normie culture in almost every lane, and miles ahead of the zeitgeist in terms of conversation, and even approaching the kind of tip of the spear philosophical conversations that are happening on other parts of the internet. And that is part of what makes it so fascinating to me. But I think that the wisdom of David and the wisdom of PBK is to basically do the opposite of what you would do if you wanted to get a good idea off the ground in the land of Mammon. I think it takes a type of absurdism to look and say, no, we're not going to do any marketing. No, we're not going to privilege Rick Walker, even though he is, a obviously talented business person. Where PBK is not going to spend his time. He's not going to do the Chris Williamson route. He's always going to be reaching down, reaching down, reaching down. And maybe it's not even always reaching down, because Chad's mentioning a place where it's like, okay, yes, this is the moment, or this is the guy. This is very interesting to me. I think that because it's also the thing of like I remember giving this advice to my friends, like in terms of asking a girl out, which is that like it's basically this twofold advice, which is the worst thing that could happen is she could say no, which is hurtful, but we move on. But like it also is, remember, like if she says yes, you guys are already sharing something, which is the like faith and the potential of what a relationship might be and the good that could come of that. And so I think that there's a inherent optimism that we need to have, while at the same time kind of constantly and almost in a absurd or sneaky fashion going left when all of the world, and especially those who bow down to Mammon, would go right.
Well, PBK reached up right from the beginning. He reached up, and he reached up to Jordan Peterson, which even today I stand by this. You can walk into your local grocery store and have 10 random people in that grocery store. Who is Jordan B. Peterson? My guess is 8 out of 10 will say who. And so is it reaching up? It's only reaching up kind of relative to, it's not reaching up to Snoop Dogg, So it's okay.
Yeah, I just want to keep finding. I want to operate. Well, I mean, I'm a hypocrite here. I don't contribute enough, but I want
You
the
do,
space.
though.
I want
You're
the
vital.
space. No,
you are though, man. You're just as much of a vital player as anybody here, because you help keep us in check. You make us think about the things that are coming out of our mouths. You seem to care enough to talk with us and email. And so like you're vital as anybody.
So to me, the lifeblood is the weird people and giving a voice to the voiceless, the people who don't have anywhere else to go, the people who don't have status. So I guess my concern, and it's not I want to be able to say the concern without people taking it as a criticism, but Like the other day, Chad, you were saying you're overwhelmed right now, right?
Yeah.
And we go through these phases. So how do we find the person to take up that slack or replace Chad or whatever? And maybe that just, comes up naturally, but I just feel like you're not going to find that person at ARC or something like that.
Right.
Like,
we agree.
So, yeah, I just want the ecosystem, because sometimes I look around and say, okay, the lifeblood of whatever's going on, these people have been around a lot of years, and Luke got a job I think he has a job, but he got a regular job for a while, and then it takes a hit, and you have to figure out what you're doing and where the next place is, and that's all good too. But I don't know. I just want to be, and I enjoy the people, the people with no status, basically, like the randos. You listen to an hour and a half, and you get 3 gold nuggets, and that just blow your mind. And it's like the most regular people in the world. And this is why I don't like that. That midwit conversation went different places, but you get these totally regular people with regular experiences talking to PVK, talking to other people, and you find out they're all geniuses. They all have some genius. They all have wisdom. Yeah. And that's the best part for me.
Who is the, and now imagine 4 years ago, if somebody would have said, yeah, this Joey's going to step down as the primary admin of Bridges of Meaning Discord, you'd be like, are you crazy? Like, no, he's not. Why would he do that? And then he did.
I was about to see what Tayo had to say, and then he left us.
Tayo.
Come on, bro. I gotta go because I have to be a husband. But I'm gonna take Tayo's lead. Tayo, you should come in here and just destroy me with facts and logic.
Yes, keep the stream, Tayo.
Okay, read Michael's book, Chad. Michael solved the chicken and egg problem in chapter 6. So definitely check that out. Go ahead, McMill.
Well, I was going to say, I'm glad I've got you boys here, because I've been particularly feeling a little bit of the heat getting turned up on Reformed thought and Calvinism as of late.
Oh, let's go.
In this quarter,
I think that we've been catching strays for too long, brothers.
We strive under, we need persecution. It's good for us.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever see that meme of who came first, the chicken or the egg? And it's like the chicken is sitting there smoking a cigarette on the bed, and the egg is like sitting there on the edge of the bed, kind of upset. That's a funny one.
No, that's funny.
Missed that one.
I can never be funny unless I'm not trying to be funny. So, yeah. At least I'm not trying to go to OnlyFans. Just saying.
Yeah. Mark, I gave you your answer to your OnlyFans debate, probably like 30 minutes ago now or something, maybe an hour ago, who knows. But yeah, and then Phoebus tried to call me out, saying that I was doing sorcery with the algo to create spawns of Satan in my feed.
What? Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
What?
Judge a man not by his algorithm. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, what were you saying about Calvinism there, McMo?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so basically, I felt a recent uptick, we'll say, in Calvinism bashing. And it started like all good things do, from Jacob Federecci, who did a whole thing about Servetus and how Servetus was horribly treated, and so the man who came up with total depravity is now he's being shown as a charlatan and a fraud and a violent man and an evil person and all this stuff, and it really was like surprising to me, because I was like, so basically then last night I'm like taking my wife to Home Goods or TJ Maxx, I think maybe both, but And then Sherry proceeds to give me an earful about Calvinism, and I'm like, okay, I get it. You had your experience growing up. I get it. I love you. I'll share my experience. I get it. And this is definitely not to throw shade on Sherry, but it does seem that like um, the the ideology that catches the most vitriol in the corner of people accepted in the corner is not Islam, is not the heresies of old. It is, in fact, Calvinism. It is predestination. It is total depravity, limited atonement. The idea of the elect still grates on people. And it doesn't matter if influenced by Karl Barth and mystical experiences, am very willing to go as far and further than all of the Orthodox talking about their apokatastasis. In terms of universalism, I am still catching
we got
strays
our Saint Paisios right here
Calvin
on
was a
screen,
sinner.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a bunch of thoughts on this. It's very
Lay 'em out.
confusing to me because I grew up in this little immigrant community. And so all my grandparents immigrated in the 50s from the Netherlands, from the home country. And so they had basically digested Bavinck and Kuiper for like a few decades.
Yeah.
And then we come to North America and we have our little bubble basically. And I am just like recently, like in the last 5 years, finding out that there is like a larger Calvinism, and there's these strange people who call themselves Kuiperians, but what they actually mean is, apartheid in South Africa was great and justified, and different things like that. So when this stuff comes up, people are basically dealing with their past, and it's like this strange. To me, it's strange. It's this American Calvinism that I don't totally understand, but I'm starting to understand a bit. And I think the Bart comment was on point, McMo, because there's so much Reformed theology that is like right along with, you could like everything Luke says, even right from Calvin. Like if you start reading Calvin, it's like, how does he argue for the real presence? He says Christ is present everywhere in his divinity. And if he's present everywhere in his divinity, well, then physically as well somehow. And you get into all the Eucharist conversations, right? And so we're always fighting, at least I am, like these caricatures.
Yeah.
And PVK points this out too, like the tulip stuff. There's this big, I don't know, it's come a long way since the canons of Dort, and there's good ways and bad ways to look at all the points. And he always says they all hang together, and they're just, I don't know, it's 500 years ago. They're trying to work stuff out, but I find there's a lot of people don't understand what they're trying to say, basically. And they'll take one point and anyways.
Yeah, PVK I think does a great job of kind of, I think he said it specifically about the solas. But
sloppy thinking.
That wasn't what I was going to mention. I was going to mention he calls the solas, the 5 solas or whatever, slogans rather than doctrine or confession. Yeah. And I think the tulip is even, further along the kind of, you could say it's not profane, vulgar. It's of the people. Tulip is straight up vulgate. Yeah. And so
that's fair.
But then there's also the problem to me of like, it seems on the one hand, so this is what I told Sherry is like, I want to put forth that Calvinism is the most dangerous theology because it's closest to the flame. That is to say that it's the closest to the truth, which means that if you get it slightly wrong, you're very, very, very wrong. And of course that makes sense because we delight in the law of the Lord and its perfection, right? And we and we affirm that human beings are completely, on the other end of the spectrum of perfection. And so so that truth is one, but then two, it really is the problem of like when you're the person saying like that there, instead of there being a universalism of glory, that is to say a universalism of the blank slate, a universalism of the image of God only, you know, its only blemish being that it's immature. I feel that you just miss so much, and you actually are, it's a lowering of the law to kind of think that by keeping the law you could somehow garner any type of merit towards yourself. And so I want to go beyond just kind of proving my reformed bona fides to saying that I think that there's a real double standard when it comes to judging Calvinism by the worst of its proponents. It's
Well, you know
especially when it
why.
is
You know why they do that.
but right. Well, I mean, yeah, they do it because we're all totally depraved, you know, like so like,
Well,
Which doesn't
but
mean
it's
that
interesting
either.
to me because, well, of course, but it's also like, I you know, whenever I see a ideology or a system of thought being persecuted, there's a
Oh no, we
What
lost
happened?
him.
All right. Well,
He blinked out.
that being said,
no,
I have to get going. Peace out, my
Okay, see you,
dudes.
Chad.
all right. See ya, Chad.
I'll
Yeah,
catch you this week. I know I will.
All right.
See you in the chat.
PVK's yeah, that was really good when PVK basically called them memes. And I think that's definitely happened to Tulip as well. Like people take Perseverance of the Saints, which is you know, a technical outgrowth of God's sovereignty, and then they make it basically say a special prayer, get saved, and nothing matters from then on because the saints persevere.
Yeah, well, it's the last Reformed theology is the last set of formal doctrinal success online, I guess, that has handholds that I think can easily be disseminated and pointed at and discussed and interrogated
Yeah.
in an online setting, you know. And so now there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of meta stuff now in this like multimedia internet that we have of live streaming stuff where there's beliefs that are a lot harder to get at, that the
You gotta
handholds are a little more challenging.
Got to mute
So-
YouTube or something, McMo.
Uh-oh.
Oh goodness, I apologize.
You're looking good.
Yeah,
though.
that's true. So, are you saying it because there's a bit of a system to it? It can be attacked.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of emerging reactions and answers to it that don't have those handholds yet. You know, they haven't been memed, honestly. It's just the criticism is being memed, but where other people are standing is still an emergent process, I think. So there's nothing really, I don't really know how to push back except to say that there's a secular Calvinism that people are tired of. They don't feel that they're being, you know, appreciated in culture. And Calvinism is a means to which to critique where the culture's been going. It's not really about doctrine, but you know I say that.
It also suffers from just like the Protestant problem of because it's amorphous and we aren't submitted to one bearded gentleman in the capital city. You know, you lose a little bit of credibility because you're basically at the same level as so and so church down the street that God knows what's going on in there, you know? And so it really, I think it's one of those things where it's like, until you have come to grips and said, it is well with my soul to the foreknowledge and like all-knowing and good wisdom plans of the Father. That is to say, until you have really grappled with what providence means. And you can take that with God number one or God number two, to put it in PBK's terms, right? Like, you can come to grips with the fact that all of the molecules or all of the elements that created your brain had to be in the star that exploded, to have for us to be having this conversation now. But you can also take it in the fact of God, the universal creator, wishes to have a personal relationship with you and has attuned the universe in such a way that to make that possible. And so that every step you take away from that is a sin against the universe. I think that, like, until you kind of grapple with some of the, and the problem is people can't grapple with the ideas because their dad or their friend got into John Piper or Mark Driscoll and became a complete asshole. And so it's a real bummer.
But you know what's fascinating? I'll just say this quickly. The sovereignty thing, I really don't think the sovereignty question is the rub, because we got a lot of universalists in this quarter. You got to believe in a very sovereign God to be a universalist.
Well, yeah, a very determined universe.
Yeah, which is really cool. And I know, I mean, there's different ways to get at universalism. I think some people I think it's been argued that McDonald found a way to be a universalist without even thinking about God foreordaining all that. But I don't think it's the sovereignty thing. I think it's the maybe it's other aspects of Tulip. But that's really interesting to me. People do want to believe in a universe that is they do like a coherent universe run by a sovereign God. I think we have that in common. It's just, what is God doing with that sovereignty?
I think you're right. I think it's probably like, limited atonement, irresistible grace, unconditional election. Those are probably, and even perseverance of the saints, like the once saved, always saved meme is highly critiqued. The lack of free will, the fact that our wills might be constrained, even though we know they're constrained because we have favorites. And limited atonement. We don't like the idea that that God's, because we hear that. I think people hear that and they think that Jesus didn't die for everyone. But the truth is that Jesus didn't die for everyone. He died for you, and he died for me. He didn't die for.
There's your personalism.
Right.
I've never met everyone. I've only met a Scotsman and a Dutchman. And,
yeah. No, and of
that.
course he did die for everyone. He died for the world, But it's. I think that the whole point of limited atonement is that it's. I think Piper even changed the word for his kind of conception of it. But it's like, if the atonement is limited, it's limited to you, But there's also, there's so many. I feel like because of the confessional, like Luke's right, like the confessionalism, I think is probably the patron sin of Reformed thinking, because it's like
he's sort of right though, because the continued protest is really now against confessionalism, specifically dogmas.
That's sticking around,
Everything Luke says is 10 times worse in Catholicism, where you accept the dogmas or you are beyond salvation. So in that way, I see Luke very much as a Protestant. So I don't know, but I don't understand the whole world. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you, Phlebas. To answer Rod here, I don't think much is at stake other than me trying to just kind of understand why Calvinists, and kind of claiming that Reformed,
So along that, I got a question, since I got my American Calvinists here.
Here we are.
You can definitely sympathize with Sherry or whatever. because they got some of the worst stuff. Do you think? So I didn't know about any of this stuff because of the bubble I grew up in. My first experience out of the bubble was Tim Keller. So I never went down the Piper stuff,
Blessed are ye.
all the other stuff. Do you think that that any of that's going to survive? Like, apparently John MacArthur is a Calvinist, but I don't know how that works. Does he? So, for instance, Kale made this comment a long time ago, and I don't think he really understands it, but he said Tim Keller is like his own pope. And I don't know if you remember that. And it was like, no, Keller has like a whole presbytery system around him that those guys, and lots of them, would love to check him. They would love to bring him under whatever. But is my understanding correct that Piper, McCarthy, those guys are like a whole step closer to being their own little pope? And as MacArthur, who I think is in his 90s or something, when he dies, does his church just blow up? And do we just get beyond this phase of, I don't know.
I think it only blows. I think it only blows up if it's found that he had some secret sin.
Even after he dies, though, because already we see all these people fighting online with these ridiculous. I don't know if Matt followed it at all, but it's all these people who have no jurisdiction over each other, and they're like, to me, it's hilarious because Keller, people have jurisdiction over Tim Keller when he was alive. What I grew up in, people had jurisdiction over. They have jurisdiction over PVK. Like, something could happen with PVK, but on Facebook, it's like, we're going to sign this weird declaration thing and pretend we have any jurisdiction. And so
it's all that.
Tayo, give us a sign of life. Turn on your camera real quick for me, brother.
From my perspective, the ecclesiology is a huge problem that leads to these other issues.
Well, the guys you mentioned are Reformed Baptist, so they kind of have one foot in the.
Does that mean they're part of the thing?
They're a little bit less a part of a presbytery.
Yeah, it often means that they've got a board of elders, so it functions way more like a business in that sense, where it's got like a board of directors essentially, and depending on the charismatic giftings, and I don't mean that theologically charismatic, I mean that as like straight up Riz of the main guy. Riz and right, it's it's a tension between the Riz and the righteousness of the gentleman, because if he's a righteous fellow, his wife is going to have a certain amount of authority over his life and keep him on the straight and narrow. His best friends, who hopefully are some of the elders, are going to have that same type of influence. But it's just so easy for those guys who have built something extremely successful around them to bamboozle pretty much everyone close to them into thinking that they've got it under control when they may or may not be on the brink of ruining everything. So that's that's the danger of like the wild west, right? And Protestantism has always been in the wild west. So it's like you don't I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a Catholic priest who's a DJ, and so they've been,
of course.
Actually, I should find.
Maybe, was it like 2 years ago he did a set at some big Catholic thing, and there was some memes or something going. That was a long time ago, but I did see something.
All right, Tayo's back. Tayo, what have you to say?
I was going to do an exit impersonation and say, hope you guys are all doing well. But I forgot exactly the word it says, so I'll give up on that. Firstly, I left earlier because my team were playing. I thought we were going to win comfortably. They got to go back. I had to go give attention to my other religion. And I came back because I think the comment I left a while ago now was that we're all just basically airing our grievances when we're trying to, and we cage it in where group worrying about what's going on with the group conversation. It's always just personal stuff. We try to buy
and projection.
A lot of projection for sure. But the last question.
And I noticed that not because of what you guys were saying, but because of my reaction to what you were saying. I was like, oh, okay. Um, even though I agree with most of what McMo said, because it didn't say a certain part of what it said the way I would have said it, and that particular thing is a trigger point for me. I'm like, oh no, it must be wrong. So I was like, oh, I see what's going on there. I'm just doing what I see them doing, and it's all circular. And in reference, with that in mind, my answer to your question about why is Calvinism so villainized in the corner is a projection of what I think is going on in the corner, which is PVK is a Calvinist and he's reaching out to the fringe of him. And the furthest fringe you get to PVK is someone that doesn't like Calvinism. So it makes sense that those people feel super comfortable being vocal about for whatever reason. You guys have touched on a few of the reasons. For whatever reasons, PVK has created such a space where conversation, the breadth of conversation that he's willing to have is so wide that he's willing to have conversation with people that really think is everything wrong with Christianity. So I think because of that, it makes sense. And I think that's what's going on with TLC is we're trying to have wider range conversation.
Question on that. Does anyone have I don't mean here, anyone in general actually have an issue with PVK's Calvinism?
Ooh.
Because most people basically say, well, he's not really a Calvinist.
Right.
Yeah, which is to say
they find him so inoffensive,
Yeah.
the way he articulates it. I don't know. That's what I grew up in. So,
I'm more Lutheran than Calvin. So that is to say that I'm more of a fan of the chaotic following of the Spirit, and here I stand, I can do no other, than I am of building a Geneva and burning the heretics style of Calvinism, or style of Reformed theology. But that being said, I think for the most part, people don't really care what PVK's actual theological beliefs are. And partly that's because he's so good at not talking about them, and he's going through the Heidelberg Confession, and some of them have to creep out, but I think in general, that's PVK's project was never let me serve as the source of right theology, or clear, concise orthodoxy, small o orthodoxy, right?
That's what's interesting is that people want to respond with that as the topic, and I think he's right in identifying that the meta-crisis isn't about orthodoxy. So when people have an anxiety to protect orthodoxy or to project it, on a cultural level, there's something else going on as well, not to invalidate that, obviously. But, by the way, this is great. And at 1.5 speed, it's even better.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm going to play some of my music in the background, just very quietly,
Yeah. All these bishops and archbishops, just surrounding this guy with.
Dude, it's so funny. It's like Catholics LARP as Protestant, music festival type of thing.
Yeah, we won. This is
the hand.
I know. This is us winning right now.
Vatican too legit to quit.
Yeah.
I just don't know what Catholicism is when I see something like this. So it's very confusing.
Phlebas, don't you get it? It's the one true universal apostolic church, obviously.
I mean, I like how England solved it. You give everyone the vestments. You give one side the vestments, you give the other side the doctrine, and everyone's happy. Because that's really what people are fighting over.
Rod, you don't get it, dude. Rod, you don't get it. The cringe is in. Cringe is cool now, man.
Yeah. Catch up.
This guy is the coolest person in the whole entire world. And also, he's, he looks like he could be Phlebas and Matt C's brother on a Hallmark movie. It's like just You know, one goes into
Oh, Lord,
farming, or one moves up to Canada and does construction. One is, draws comic books, and the other one becomes a Catholic DJ. I would love to watch that. Love to watch that show.
They even have the expressive dancers. They just need the flags, and then it's like complete
My goodness.
evangelicalism.
Yeah, look at this one girl. There's so many people just milling about.
She's got midriff showing.
And the Italian security guy.
She's got an exposed midriff. Like, what is going on?
They couldn't even give her a space to do this. It's like no one's respecting. Wow.
Mick Mo, I don't want to turn this into shots at Catholicism because you took some
I
heat.
think this is great.
Tayo,
you guys are the ones who are making fun of it. I think it's cool as hell.
I didn't know we were taking heat again.
Why do you think it's cool?
It's probably
what's cool about it.
Are you watching the same thing I'm watching?
Is this Kino? Kind of is.
I mean, I don't know what the music is playing, but I'm like, what can I say? I love a big event. I'm a sound guy. I love seeing a happy
smile.
Look at him, dude. Yes.
He's happy. That's good.
I'm generally just kind of excited. I think we are entering a new phase. We're all going to be so exposed to each other that something else is going to emerge. And
yeah,
I'm not worried. And the world is a big place too. I've been listening to this Calvinist podcast or whatever you want to call it. One of the guys has been translating Bavinck into English. Ooh. And there's an Asian guy on there, and he talks about how neo-Calvinism is exploding in China and all these places. And so, I don't know, we have a small picture.
Yeah.
But something's happening. It's the same with the Orthodox. They're all Protestants now too. Throw some bullets their way.
Well, we're winning. We're winning because we're right.
We're kind of getting more liturgically oriented too. There might be some cross pollination. I think we're both experiencing some seasoning from each other.
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
Stay like close. To do an audio metaphor. If we keep we're like close to the residents, we don't kind of pull away. There's going to be some interesting harmony that's going to be happening.
Yeah, I was reading a chapter on liturgy recently, and I need to do some more research into it. But he was basically saying I forget what the time period was, but it must have been around Vatican II. He was basically saying the Spirit has moved and brought everyone's liturgy closer together because pre-Vatican II, that would be very confusing to us, and post-Vatican II, where they kind of homogenize it, and Protestants went through a bunch of stuff, and we all got a lot closer together. And yeah, now that we're into a different phase, I think we are getting. Gavin Ortland was catching some heat in the group chat there, Matt, your thing on Twitter, but I think he was right that you do need to pay a little bit of attention to what you are doing on Sunday.
Yeah,
you can't just do anything, and there's definitely a through line there too. The article I was reading, they were talking about Justin Martyr's liturgy and how it was not very far off what a lot of us are trying to accomplish. There's a sermon, there's a passage, they get together, they break bread, communion, the Eucharist, whatever you want to call it. And a lot of these paths you go down, I don't think I got to read that Brett Sockel book maybe on the Eucharist, or maybe it's on transubstantiation. But I'm definitely coming around to that idea that we're sort of all we're in a way we're doing all the same thing, even though some of us might try to deny it.
Yeah, I mean, this type of thing, what we're seeing on screen here, this is certainly a Sunday night activity. This is Sunday night church. This isn't Sunday morning church. This is when the youth group gets to take over,
This was
but
not my Sunday night church.
but the thing is, whenever the kind of like quote unquote liturgy question gets brought up, one thing that's always blaringly obvious to me is that there's a type of person that wants church to be as boring as possible, and then they feel self-gratified and overwhelmed when they go to a U2 concert. And I'm just like, why can't I have my emotional high for the week or for the month or for the year be in worship of God? Why can't, it's like they're just bringing U2 into Sunday, and I'm like, yeah, like we brought Christmas into, like we brought Christmas trees into the church, and like we brought literally every good thing that's come up since Christ and before
Ain't
Christ.
ready for that.
What do you think of the word reverence, McMo? How does that fit in? Because I'm that guy you're talking about, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that reverence is a matter of taste in many ways.
Okay.
And that's definitely not to downgrade it.
Expand
but it is
on that.
It is to say that, I've been in multiple different types of churches with multiple different types of worship style, and there's always someone who it's not traditional enough for, and there's always somebody who it's not, progressive enough. It's not far enough out. It's not interesting enough.
Okay, but so we're watching this thing here.
Yeah.
And you would be cool with a Sunday morning looking like that, I guess.
If I was there, I'd probably have critiques on the mix.
Yeah.
But in general,
I'll just say my question. I need some reverence. I need some reverence.
Right.
In my service before communion. I cannot.
Right. No, this is
surely this isn't a church service, right?
No. I'm using this as an example to say McMo is saying reverence is a matter of taste or something, or.
Well, it's also a matter of technique, right? Like this might be how you start the worship service, or this might be the like pre-service, but then and like this is not new stuff. Like this is Passion City Church. This is Big Eva's. There's a pattern to it, and it starts with this. It gives people the good version of what the lost and dying people of the world go to raves and concerts for. And then it uses that technology to attune the heart and the mind towards the word of God. And so, yeah, this is something that is maybe the height of this. This is probably like the height of the service, but there needs to be, you need probably a very cool black person on keyboard to play very cool chords while, the the senior pastor says a prayer, and then the new, pastor of youth ministry gets up to give a sermon, and so it's more so a matter of like, okay, if you wanted to integrate this into a service, this is how you would do it. And of course it wouldn't be interrupting the reading of the word. Of course it wouldn't be during communion. Of course it wouldn't be the like backdrop. Well, maybe it could be the backdrop of a baptism service. That actually probably would be pretty fun and like joyful. But like I just see like with these types of arguments, it's the same thing with Calvinism, where it's like, okay, you think that the worst version of this is the version that people want to integrate into Sunday service, and it's like, no, we want to use this for the glory of God, just like we want to use everything for the glory of God.
Well, are we thinking of this in the wrong direction? Like, because I'm thinking this is a priesthood going out from the church to Ibiza or wherever this is, and doing doing a DJ set. I
think this is missionary work is one thing, but I don't. If you're wearing the Abbot, or whatever the collar. If you're wearing the collar, I think it's a little. It's gonna be hard to escape the like cringe accusations.
But they do that every day, don't they? All these guys dress like this every day. Well, maybe some of those guys had the hats where it's like,
right.
It feels like an official service. Yeah. I thought this is just them going out, not trying to bring the world in to some.
Yeah, this is what they're doing, I believe. You know,
Sorry, I'm losing the thread because we're flipping back and forth between what's on the screen and the.
Well, I guess I'm kind of agreeing with Fleet. Like, I feel like Phoebus doesn't have to explain himself, but Mo doesn't have to either. If these guys are just doing a mission, like an outreach thing, you know.
Yeah, I think this as mission work is a little more cringe, honestly, than this being something for us to the glory of God, like to point our attentions and to serve the body by, you know, offering this type of catharsis and experience, you could say. You know, it's just like this. It's the same thing of like churches throwing plays. You know, like is the Sunday pageant too much of a mixture of the sacred and profane? You know, we're mixing in the theatrical arts into the holy liturgy. It's weird, you know. But like at a small church in the middle of nowhere, of course, like praise God, these kids. Maybe this is the most attention these kids get for a whole year. You know, so. That's where my mind goes, is where it's like it's always about, it's not that it doesn't take wisdom to use these types of things, but it's that most of the time people within the church or a church don't even get to like the point of mastery over this craft, and if they do, it's kind of it gets co-opted by the local mega evangelical church and used as cover for some narcissists to gain attention and power in the community. So like, it's very difficult to, on the one hand, say like, no, I think that this is a 100% a good, a capital G good that could be used well and to the glory of God within the quote capital L liturgy. But like those who believe in a capital L liturgy, they're not interested in any way in branching out or trying something new, because the whole point of that capital L is to say that we only do what we know is right and proper and good to do in this setting. And so, you know, that's the whole worship wars problem.
Yeah, because a poet, a very intensely creative left-brained autist named John Chrysostom, invented a liturgy in the 4th century or 5th century. And now everyone's got to set that in stone, right?
I think what you're saying, Mick, is maybe the diversity is a feature, not a bug, right? That there is a bit of consumerism to that too, though, where we can all select our favorite thing. I don't know. It's confusing. I want to hear from Tayo. He goes to a different church every week.
No, you do not. I'm very confused. I don't know what we're talking about. You guys carry on.
Tayo, what's important for you in a church service? What do you like? Why do you go to so many different ones? Why can't you settle down with a nice girl?
There we go.
Phoebus and Jacob, the same people. We have the same conversation. What was the first question?
The question was about how do you see liturgy? So I grilled Mo on reverence. Like, what are you looking for in a service? And I think you maybe go to a few different types, or
yeah, I was at mass this morning.
Wow.
I think I've probably been to mass most this year. That's the church I've been to.
Do you sneak in the line? Do you sneak in the line and like, are you take?
No. But I do go up to receive blessing. So.
Okay. Yeah.
And then anyway, yeah. But at some point, you guys were talking about liturgy, and I was thinking about mass this morning and thinking, yeah, it's fine, I guess, but I'll rather go to my Jamaican, Nigerian, Afro-Caribbean church and have a party. But like McMo said, taste. But at the same time, you asked, I think the question was something like, what's important to me in a liturgy? It's the people. Anytime I'm at any church service, I'm amazed that there are other people around in the room that believe in the story of Jesus and have chosen to give their entire life to him. That's a miracle in and of itself. So yeah, it's It's
well,
the people.
well, technically, Jesus chose them, Tayo. Were you not listening earlier?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, and it keeps them.
But that's just a technical argument. We could think about it either way, and I'd be okay with it.
Yeah. Well, boys, I think I am about talked out. I may need to go ahead and call this thing. It's been 4 hours and 40 minutes almost that I've been in front of the public eye. My voice is given out. My brain is mush. I've gone through all of the stages of various inebriations and energetic excitements over friends coming and joining me, wanting to talk. And I think I'm going to have to end it. So, final words, everyone.
Final words. Everyone go listen to McMo's album and go buy Michael's book.
Yep.
Yeah. Give Michael's book a try. Because of the way it's written, I think you can just dive and try a chapter here and there. And somebody definitely has to have a conversation with him.
Fleabers, you
you keep saying
that. It's
Fleabus, I'll give you my StreamYard password if you want to.
The least skilled interlocutor that participates here.
No, none of that. We will not accept your self-flagellation. No. You have neither the authority nor the perspective to rightly judge yourself in these matters. I think everybody here can agree with me that you're much better in conversation than you think you are. So, yes, please do us a service. Do us an act of charity. Talk to Mike about this for us, please.
700 pages to go. Okay, that's my last word. Kumbaya.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fleabus. Thank you, Michael.
My last words are next year at Asheville.
Let's go. That's right. Dave W. putting together the event after the Midwestuary. So I think I will definitely be at Midwest. Well, I shouldn't say I'll definitely be at Midwestuary. Lord willing, I will be at Midwestuary. I think the Lord will even have to will a little bit less to get me to the Asheville meetup. So, yeah, it'll be good times. Thank you, Fleabus. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Tayo. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Tim, earlier. Thank you, everyone who's come, hung out, joined the show. I think we'll end with a little bit of McMo Radio just to send us out.
The clock on the wall. On the 7th day of December 1941, it struck the 11th hour. Every hour after that has been, will be, 0 hour. 48 United States of a free and sovereign America are at war. Every American has his job to do, and the will to do it, and the tools to do it with. Pray God he also has the time. Time, the most vital natural resource.
It's like, yeah, of course it's lost and yeah, still wrong way, Montez. I told you, we kind of like could be intellectually at one point, right? Like, there's a way in which we're be intellectually aware. But it's hard for us to have faith. Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. Yeah, and so if I zoom in, so we're down in this room with, like, let's say, my hypothesis, and just a matter in this room where the George is actually in there. We're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed by the laws of scarcity, which is, and manufacturers of what does it look like to be able to consistently win-lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does, is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to, obviously, exactly, it's just weirdly, well, that's not three-quarters of what Nietzsche is doing, is I'm going to basically say, let's figure out what is is there regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win those games, and just do that. So don't actually even play the game, the object of the game anymore. Play the metagame of what does it look like to be the one that wins all games. And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. My hypothesis is saying, hey, I've become the greatest player of all possible win-lose games. And therefore, I have now definitively won. That's the Nietzsche's thing, is say, hey, drop the particular game, elevate being able to notice how games work in general, and become the greatest possible player of all possible win-lose games. And once you hit that point, you've now, you've won the game. That's the sort of interesting that once you realize that you're governed by the laws of scarcity, what have you won exactly? You've won something which is ultimately governed by a deeper set of laws like entropy. Even though you are holding on to a kingdom, now have king command, if you know that image, right? You're sitting on the throne, you are the king, but your head is hanging because you're sitting on the kingdom of rot, the kingdom of decay, the kingdom of death.